Доброго часу доби, з вами як завжди Местро, і я вітаю вас на другій трансляції по грі The Dwarves. Влаштовуйтесь позручніше і приємного перегляду. Сьогодні, прямо зараз, ми нарешті дізнаємося, хто ж такі батьки нашого героя, чому нас звали гноми до себе в гості.
You've been traveling through the desert for days. The sand is simply everywhere. In your shoes, under your clothes, in your mouths. Even the makeshift cloths that you've wrapped around your heads is of little help. With the last of the energy you can muster, you finally leave the 40-mile-wide sandbar that separated you from Ogre's death. It is as if you've passed through an invisible wall when the raging wind and sand suddenly falls silent. In front of you, an enormous massive towers into the sky, the Blue Range. The slopes cast long shadows over Ogre's Death Fortress, which nestles in the spurs of the mountain. Even from this distance it looks impressive, with its 4 defensive terraces, one above the other. The anticipation of entering a real dwarven city for the first time grows with every step, and you feel the power returning to your limbs. You've almost done it.
My High King, you have called me to succeed you to the throne. Here I stand before you.
Well,
Before
you are chosen as the successor to the High King, hear, King Andegard, the challenges that await you. Hordes of orcs are rampaging through the north and the west, and the perished land is stirring. It would seem that the Magi cannot sustain the barriers.
This gives us an excellent opportunity to attack the last elves in Alandor. They are weakened. The perished land afflicts them. Let us wipe out the traitors once and for all.
Yes, right. Exactly.
Хороша ідея. Атакувати ельфів, коли тебе атакують темні ельфи і орки. Перевод шикарний.
Has your hatred for them clouded your senses to the point that you wish to ignore the words of our god?
Belendelin's gaze falls, as if incidentally, on the king of the Fourthlings' advisor.
Or is someone giving you bad advice?
On the contrary, it was Bislipper who finally supplied me with the proof. A report titled How the Fiflings Lost the Gate. It was the elves that poisoned the brave Fifling warriors in their stronghold. A devious disease spread.
Говорить, що в нього є докази того, що іменно ельфи отравили гномів. Тоді, коли прорвали оборону нашу.
Don't be so short-sighted! We are talking about the safety of Girdlegard. We must reach out and forge a large coalition with the elves. Yes, and even with the Thirdlings, if we are to defeat them.
Король говорить, що заради виживання потрібно об'єднати з усіма.
Cannot be serious.
Drivel from a dwarf who has grown too old in his post. Are we not here to choose a new High King? We have waited long enough.
От і наші головні герої.
It would seem you will have to wait a little bit longer. The second aspirant has arrived.
Сюрприз. Причому для всіх.
Our guests must be tired from their long journey. The meeting is adjourned till tomorrow.
Ну, виявляється, наші батьки були зв'язані якось із троном. Ми спадкоємці. Цікаво, можна буде стати королем і управляти державою? Сумніваюся.
Become clear. I've had a room prepared for you. Before you take to your bed, please pay the High King and I a visit in the throne room.
Come closer.
The power that the old High King radiated when he called the assembly to order has drained away from him. His body is sunken in the throne, but his eyes are alert and interested as he looks at you.
The lost son returns to his people. Thank Vracus. Tell us what you learned on your journey.
You describe your adventure down to the smallest detail. Neither the king nor his advisor interrupts you. From time to time they nod, as though they were already aware of certain facts. Their brows become more furrowed with every passing minute. When you are finished with your story, you also have some questions.
I don't want to appear ungrateful, and I'm happy to finally be among my people, but I will not ascend the throne. I hardly know anything about our customs and laws. Everything that I know, I have learned from books that Lot Yonan gave me. There must be more suitable heirs than me.
Your announcement honors you. But to be honest, you never had a claim. To stop Gandagar, we had to stall for time.
Жаль.
Yonan helped us with our little story. We don't even know if you are a fourthling.
The king's advisor misinterprets your unbelieving gaze and quickly adds,
We're only being as deceitful as goblins for one solitary reason. To stave off possible harm to our people.
you feel as though you've been hit in the stomach. If this is true, not only have you lost your newly found kingdom, but Master Lot Yonan also didn't see it as necessary to inaugurate you in the conspiracy.
What game is being played here?
Gandagar, as king of the fourthlings, is to supersede me as High King, but his mind is poisoned with hatred towards the elves. He would probably win a war against them, but he would weaken us, and Girdlegard would not be helped by this. I was hoping for a great coalition with the elves, and even with the thirdlings. I would have given anything to start the negotiations. In times of great need, only the common goal can count.
And which role have you planned for me?
Well, with you as a second aspirant, certain possibilities of protocol open up to us.
Політика пішла.
Why is Gandagar so full of hatred towards the elves?
His father and brother were murdered by elves. At least that's what's claimed.
No one knows the truth, just as no one knows how true this report about the fifthlings is. But isn't it strange that this letter has turned up now, just when it can play into the hands of the elf-haters? Many dwarves' hatred towards the elves is great, perhaps even greater than their honesty.
Your plan has a flaw. Even if I were to line up, I couldn't win.
Ну, ти б ж сказала.
No one on the
Ти не
council will
станеш
vote for me.
королем.
You don't have to win.
Belendolin points to the Steelies in the throne room.
It's written in our laws that the High King can oppose an heir if he isn't elected unanimously. He can then demand a duel or a contest in order to determine the winner.
Such a contest could take weeks, if not months, and it would win us some time.
I understand why you want to prevent a High King Gandagar. He would be blind to our real problems.
Gandagar's only liability is that he lets Bislipper whisper dark thoughts in his ear. The advisor is the problem, not the king.
A problem that I am fortunate enough not to have.
The High King smiles weakly at his advisor.
Gandagar is a good dwarf and a good king, and I am certain he could also be a good High King if he was free of Bislipur's lies and false advice.
Навіть шанси нам не залишають на те, що ми станемо королем. Обідно.
What kind of contest would you have us compete in? Gandagar is surely superior to me in many things.
Everyone in the council will write a task on a piece of paper, and from them the contest will be drawn.
And this only once you have made a speech and have won over as many as possible in the council to your side. The more sympathetic the council is towards you, the higher the chances of a contest that fits your abilities.
Speech? You're beginning to like this whole thing less and less.
Is this really the best for our people? If you cannot dissuade Gandagar from carrying out his plans, it could end in a fraternal war.
Don't worry. We'll open up his eyes and he will recognize the malice of his feigned friend. We just need time, and you must gain it for us.
Ну, вибору мене немає.
All right then. I am ready to do it. But I will need all of your support.
You can be certain of it, Tungdil.
Belendalin smiles at you encouragingly.
You say Andakai may have found a way to defeat Nodon, and she suspects that the Magus is possessed by a demon from the outer lands. It may be possible to kill this demon with an axe called Keenfire. I have commissioned armor that is worthy of a prince. It will be delivered to your chamber by sunrise.
You say goodbye with a queasy feeling in your stomach. You always thought that you were articulate, but the prospect of having to make a speech in front of the large council doesn't exactly fill you with
Одна
emotion.
радує. У нас була нормальна бронька нарешті.
Vrakas, who made the dwarves of stone, has himself been hewn from stone by these self-same dwarves. A masterly piece of work, like one of which only the masons of the secondlings can
Настоящий
still
шедевр.
accomplish today.
І ми ще не можемо глянути, камера не дозволяє.
The High King's advisor has the build of a warrior. His eyes are like those of a bird of prey, and you can see a keen intellect behind them. Even for a dwarf, High King Gundraber is very old. His long white beard suggests 500 or more cycles. He seems weak, but when
500
you
років,
talk to him,
не слабо.
you feel an aura of
І це тільки
grandeur.
на троні. Тобто, до того, як він став королем, ще сотня-дві, думаю, пройшла.
You skim over the ornate runes and look for the passage that Gundrabor and Belendalin told you about.
If there is more than one candidate from a kingdom, and none can bring together all of the votes for themselves in a ballot, the High King can decide whether to declare the candidate with the most votes the winner, or to have the candidates compete in a contest to determine the victor.
Ну що, виходимо? Сподіваюсь, стрім не вилетить. Там якесь місце прокляте, моя стрім вилітає на ньому постійно.
Andakai, what is it?
I came to return these books to you, Tungdil. Luckily, I was able to make sense of most of it.
You observed how the Maga took time to study the books during your escape.
They are records from the Outer Lands. They tell of demonic beings from barren ground who can take possession of humans and invest them with great power.
Immortality, for example?
The Maga nods seriously.
They speak of an axe forged by the Undergrounders called Keenfire. It is said to have the power to cut through the flesh and bone of the living and completely destroy the demonic spirit deep within their soul.
Постійно озвучка йде Kingfire, а переводять як огонь жизни. Дуже похоже.
Do you know these undergrounders?
I have never heard of the Undergrounders, but I've been to the Outer Lands before.
It must be terrible. The hordes of Tion have marched from there against our strongholds for thousands of years.
It's not as bad as you think. It is certainly safer than a land in which a magus possessed by a demon is on the loose.
So you think a demon from the Outer Lands has taken possession of Nudin?
He looked very different when I encountered him in Parista, and he rose from the dead even though you cut off his head. That can't be explained purely through the power of the perished land.
And he wanted to prevent these books from falling into our hands. That would only make sense if Keenfire had the power to defeat him. Where is this Keenfire?
I don't know if this weapon was ever forged. It requires rare materials and masterful craftsmanship. The purest, hardest steel, stone barbs decorated with runes, a hilt of Sigurdaisy wood, inlays made of all the noble metals, the blades studded with diamonds, smithed in the hottest forge.
We are dwarves. We have the most talented craftsmen.
And you have the Sigurdaisy wood. It is amongst the objects in your rucksack, which is fortunate as there are no more Sigurdaisies in Girdlegard. But even if you manage to forge the axe, it might all be just a fairy tale. It's too little to wager our lives on.
We can get all the missing materials, as well as a gem cutter, here in the stronghold. After all, Gandagar and his fourthlings are here. A stonemason from the secondlings, and I can smith.
The Maga looks at you thoughtfully, and for a short time it seems as though your enthusiasm is rubbing off on her. But then she says,
I wish you good luck, Tungdil.
You still want to leave Girdlegard, but what will happen to your realm and all the other realms?
I admire your optimism, my friend, but it isn't wise to stand in the way of a rolling stone. I don't wish to give up my realm, but I would only be prolonging the suffering unnecessarily.
But
you don't want to let the last Maga in Girdlegard go. Unfortunately, you can't think of anything that could cause her to stay.
Many thanks, Honorable Maga, for all that you have done.
Криси тікають першими. Ех ти. Ну, вона мені відразу не сподобалась. Якась вона перекачана. Два спутника ушло.
A variety of cheeses, pickled cave mushrooms, toasted vault moss, and some smoked sausage. Mmm.
The intense smell of the cheese makes your mouth begin to water.
Я камеру не можу крутити чомусь.
Sigurdaisy wood. Very rare. I guess Lot Yonan wanted it to examine or experiment with. Garen found an answer to the threat. Keenfire. No matter how difficult it is to forge it, we must do it. We don't know of anything else that could injure a demon.
Пора спать.
You are looking forward to the first proper bed for weeks. You undress and lie down. Before you know it, your eyes close and you fall asleep. When your new armor is brought to you the next morning, you can hardly believe your eyes. However, as a smith, you can't stand the fact that you haven't contributed anything to it, and decide to add some inlays.
Even one who wears the armor of a prince can still be a farrier underneath it, don't you think, Tungdil Bolafar?
Нам, кстати, так і не сказали, чому ми можемо претендувати на трон. Хто наші батьки.
What are you doing in here?
Ignoring your question, Bisliper eyes you very exactly before he speaks.
So, you want to be one of our kingdom? A foundling brought up by a wizard? One wouldn't think it possible. And I don't think it possible either. There is no proof of your origin, and Gandagar's the council on his side. Why don't you spare yourself the disgrace and just not turn up in front of the council? Put your scheme to bed, and we will take you into our kingdom. We will give you everything you need your whole life long. In exchange, you support Gandagard instead of challenging him.
Proof? Oh, you mean like your letter that has been found after 1,000 cycles and makes the elves responsible for the fall of the Fiflings?
It is no secret that the elves are deceitful. And what could possibly be more suited to get one over on us than letting the perished land in and presenting us as the scapegoat?
The elves have been displaced by the perished land and are now almost eradicated.
I said they are deceitful, not wise.
Мене, кстати, завжди дивувало таке протистояння гномів і ельфів. У них же немає спільних інтересів. Одні живуть в горах, інші живуть в лісах. Житісний простір не перетинається. Що їм спорять?
And what if I don't withdraw my candidacy?
You wish to stand against your own king? A stray dwarf offending a deserving leader such as Gandagar through his claim? No one in the Brown Range will like that. Prepare yourself for life as an outsider among the Fourthlings.
Children of the Smith cannot be silenced.
You are a dwarf, I confess, but no Fourthling can remember a dwarf child ever going missing.
And you know thousands of the Fourthlings personally, and know exactly where they live in the mountains, what they're planning, or what small tragedies take place in their lives?
You have a sense that all the long evenings in the library and debating with Lot Yonan weren't for nothing, as Bislipper struggles for a reply, then lets it go. You have had enough of this dwarf. He makes you feel uneasy, or worse still.
Get out!
A humanized bastard will not issue me orders. Know your place, false dwarf.
Сподіваюсь, йому можна бана валять. Больно, напевно, блін, золото розводить на себе. Так, Twitch чомусь не працює. Зараз рестарт зроблю по-бистрому. Хоча, можливо, зря. Зараз я знову виходжу в ту локацію, де в мене крашиться стрім. Фіг знає чому.
Some of the gold has left a coin-sized mark on the back of your hand. It hurts, but you like the idea that a bit of the metal you love is now part of you.
Що гноми заради золота не зроблять?
That is why I too lodge a claim to the throne and why I think I am
Слава
the
Богу, мене
more
перекинуло зразу
capable
сюди.
heir.
Thank you for your speech, Tungdil Bolafar. The council may now ask questions.
Твіч так і не піднявся, секундочку. Чому сьогодні проблеми із стрімом даної гри? Все, пішов нарешті. Ось такий бісліпур. Давай.
Nothing you say will convince anyone here. You didn't grow up amongst us, and no one knows if you really are a fourthling. I do not believe there has ever been a more unworthy heir to the throne of the High King. You are just wasting our time.
It's true. I have nothing to present to you regarding my lineage that would eliminate all doubt. But is that really important? Shouldn't my deeds count for more than my lineage? Let me prove what I can achieve.
As long as he's capable.
Well, when you put it that way, lineage is important. And if you aren't capable of anything?
Yes, the dwarf from the Second Link Kingdom over there.
You say that a war against the elves would be madness. But how can such a young dwarf as you judge that?
Да, не встиг.
You've hardly seen
Чуть-чуть.
anything of the world, has he?
Другий
It is
варіант.
true. There is much that I only know from books. But it is written that it is our duty to defend and protect Girdlegard, and that includes the elves. And don't the elves have the same enemy as we do? They could stand by us in battle. Why should we play into the hands of the enemy by attacking them, rather than working against the enemy together?
But that is true.
He's right. The words of a clever warrior. But the pointy ears hate us, and we hate them too.
What is it they say again? My enemy's enemy is my friend.
Yes? Your question?
Just so I get this right, you want to forge a weapon that is described in a book of fairy tales from the perished land to kill a demon that none of us has ever seen?
I have most definitely seen it. Goingar, yellow belly, shimmerbeard.
Ну, знову другий варіант, напевно.
The Maga Andikai the Tempestuous translated the text, and she thinks we could kill the demon with keen fire.
So, now we're going to listen to Magi? Are we to risk our lives in the hope that she translated this text correctly and isn't just following her own agenda? I thought it was the Magi's fault that we're in this mess in the first place.
I don't know if you can say that per se.
Doesn't this Tungil grow up with a magus too? Right. You can't trust the Magi.
It is
Неудачно
their
вибрав.
fault that the barrier fell. I don't trust them.
I have heard enough. The council has heard the words of both candidates and must now make its decision. Those of you who wish to see Tungdil Bolafar, the returning son
Чому
from the
Болафар? Це моя
Fourth
фамілія?
Kingdom, as
Ну,
my
я знаю, хто мої батьки.
successor, raise your axe. And those who wish to see
Ну, десь
Gandagar
третина підняла.
Silverbeard from the Silverbeards, the king of the Fourthlings, as my successor. Gandagar has received more votes.
Very good.
Excellent. Here's to Gandagar.
Рано
Long
радуєтесь.
live our new High King!
However, the result was not unanimous, and as acting High King, I avail myself of my right to demand a contest between the aspirants.
What is this?
But he won the ballot.
It's the rules. The High King has the right to do so. Respect. He is still the High King.
Silence!
You have heard the High King's command. Write down your challenge for the aspirants. Are you ready? The one that masters this task first will become the High King. It is an expedition. The trial is to lead a group to forge the axe Keenfire in the Grey Range, which can then be used to fight against the Magus Nodon.
An expedition into the perished land?
Ha ha! Brilliant!
You can't be serious.
That's what I call a worthy challenge, don't you think?
I call it luck, Scholar. Of all the challenges, Bislipur draws this one.
Yes. Luck.
Мені обідно за нашого головного героя. Вона така борода маленька. У всіх остальних крута, шикарна борода, а в нашого головного героя...
My king, don't demand this of me. Why me, of all people?
You are one of my best.
Да ну йопересета, в цій локації постійно вилітає стрім.
It should be a fair contest.
Я не знаю,
Should
що
I
робити.
break my word just because of you?
But
Зараз прийду цю
You
локацію,
will
перезапущу.
go, Goemgar Shimmerbeard. Do not put us to shame. Follow Tungdil.
And with that,
Who have you chosen as...
good day, gentlemen.
Bavragar?
Old Pretty impressive what our forefathers achieved here, isn't it?
the kingdoms all work together. If we do the same, nothing is impossible.
Here, here.
I still don't understand why you tricked me and why you were so set on coming with us.
I have been the master of stone for more than
Amerikańskie
200
worki
sun
jakieś.
cycles. My work is admired all over Girdlegard. There has never been a better secondling mason than me. But today, I don't want to be remembered as a drunkard with the chisel trembling in my hand, but as Bavragor Amethyst, undefeated master of stone who brought keen fire to life. One last masterpiece.
I hope you understand me asking, but there seems to be bad blood between you and Boindil.
It's nothing that will endanger our mission. We've just always hated each other.
There's more behind it than commonplace hatred.
Bavragor doesn't react. His gaze is directed towards events that took place a long time ago.
Really should rein in your drinking. We need you in good shape.
There are some who say I'm only the master of beer and not the master of stone anymore. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I can't forget, no matter how much I drink. I wonder why we haven't seen any sign of Gandagar recently. Perhaps they took a wrong turn somewhere. I'm sure we'll reach the Fifthling Kingdom before them.
We're not on the way to the Fifthlings. We are on the way to the Firstlings. We're probably already under the land of the Custodian.
The Firstlings? Why?
The Firstlings have been the best smiths in Girdlegard since the Fifthlings were wiped out. Only they can alloy Teonium and Palladium, which are actually mutually repellent. Anyway, we could use all the help we can get in the battle against Nodon, and...
Все, кінець ігри. Ну, майже.
Damn. Goemgar!
It burns!
We won't get further this way, Scholar. What now?
It's all your fault, you imposter. I was nearly killed, and for what?
It is good that you are still alive. We need you for our mission.
So you can steal a throne that doesn't belong to you?
Hatred glints in the gem cutter's eyes, and for a moment you think he's going to attack you with the courage of desperation.
I'm not interested in the title of High King. I am trying to save Girdlegard. Even if you don't believe anything else, you must believe this.
I don't have to believe anything. I am here against my will. My own thoughts are my only remaining right.
Enough! Gather up all the materials we can still save. If we manage to reach the firstlings, we can get anything we're missing there. And it should be less than 200 miles to their stronghold.
Перескажу коротко, що було, коли стрімогав. До нас приєдналось два гнома. Один каменщик, інший ювелір.
After you have gathered together the materials, you
Вони нам
begin to
надо, щоб
search for a
викопати
way
топор.
out. And after a sweaty climb, you reach a door adorned with runes. From here, you enter a large cave with a waterfall covering a sun-drenched opening. You walk through the waterfall one after another, and after the unintentional shower, you find yourselves in Wayan, near the enchanted realm of Oramira. You find yourselves on a plateau, and the river which falls as a waterfall here hides the entrance to the underground rail network. It then flows past a forest, behind which you can see a wall and tiled roofs. You check the map.
That must be Mifadadia. We'll go through the forest to the city and see if we can refresh our supplies and buy some ponies.
Подивимося, що наші нові спутники вміють. Перша це посілочка. Фіговенька, чесно говоря. А ти що вмієш? Противний тип. Ідеальний танк. Напевно, будемо його з собою брати. Батанчить. Правда, хпшка в нього якось мало. А мені нову броньку дали. Правда, на що це вплинуло, я не знаю. Кстати, даже поміняти хотів, доки не забув. Навики місцями трохи. Все, побігла.
Boindale strikes up song during your hike. A short while later, Bavrigor joins in. But rather than actually singing along, he tries to outdo Boindale with his own songs. When he finally strikes up a love song, Boindale becomes absolutely livid. You take the stonemason to one side and ask him if he's doing it on purpose.
Of course I'm doing it on purpose. I'm gonna make him suffer the whole journey.
Can't go on like this. We can't fight amongst ourselves and save Girdlegard.
You take a short break before you dare breach the roots of the problem.
It's to do with a woman, right?
Not in the way you might think. Smeralda was my sister. A young thing of only 40 cycles.
Все, на 140
Bavrigor
років.
takes a large swig of his liquor before he continues.
She was almost as belligerent as Boindle, and she got it into her blockhead to stand by him in battle. A bad decision.
You can see the pain he is suffering in his eyes. You place a hand on his shoulder and put him under no pressure to carry on. The constant bickering between Boindale and Bavrigor distracts you. Goingar hears the clanking of armor first.
Something's coming!
Before you know it, the orcs are charging towards you over a hillside.
Нарешті файт. Хоч якийсь секшн. Втомився від діалогів чуть-чуть. Ну, що це не тирані. Самому читати не треба, не то хорошо. Так, берем тебе. Будеш танчить. Хоча... Давайте попробуємо обох, як вони в файті. Це просто пробігти треба.
Yes.
Не люблю такі задачі.
That'll be safe, will it? Huh? What do you want me to do?
He won't laugh. Who's next? And again. Vile creature.
Добре, гору глушає своїми атаками обичними.
What is it?
Yes?
And again. Yes. Attack! End it.
Дофіга противників. На огри, бачу, бігають.
Huh? Is it something bad?
Was I?
Yes?
What is it?
What do you want me to do? Is it finally over?
Vile creature.
Нормально навалює. Замах хороший.
For breakfast. And what now?
Something bad?
Look here, enemies. They're all here.
Тільки помирає вже по чуть-чуть.
Yes?
Спасати треба якось.
Yes?
Я думав, якщо буде танчить, щось на нього не спішать всі злітатися, я вам скажу.
Who's next? Let's go. What is it?
Is it something bad? Yes?
Помер він все-таки. Ось його типу ранка не буде, не сподобався він мені. Десь таким составом будемо йти. Зараз скілів трохи міняю. Незручно. Давайте відступимо від лучників трохи. Десь сюди, наприклад.
Put up a fight! Yeah? And again! Huh? Huh? What is it?
Знову ти страдаєш.
Yes? And what now? Huh? With pleasure. What's up? Too easy! Killer enemies? They're all here! Huh? Huh? Yes? Oink, oink, little piggies! Hey, another one big too many over here!
Yes?
What is it? Wild creature. Huh?
Багатенько противників.
Yes?
Давайте трохи разом соберемося.
And again. What is it? What is it? Hmm? He won't laugh. He hardly put up a fight.
Yes?
End it. I didn't hit you very hard. And what now? You was I? What's up? Ow! Another one bites the dust. Don't take it personally. And again. What is it?
Притик все.
Huzzah! Wild creature. Too easy. Looking for enemies. And again. All here. Who's next?
Розібрала.
What is
Якби ми
it?
пили з підлучниками, думаю, було б набагато легше. Так що, хорошо, що ми одійшли. Ще пару секунд відхиляємося. Ви можете? Якби було щось видно. Так, от ліпше. А ось все виход. Нафіг я сюди побіг. Ну що вже поробиш? Б'ємося. Ти самий шустрий, давай кудись сюди.
Come here, you.
Yes?
Pavrakas! Prepare yourself! Yeah! He won't last long.
Uh-huh.
What is it? Pow! Another one bites the dust. I'm with you. Huh? Yes?
От інколи просто не агряться чимось противники. А, і мої герої на противника. Не знаю, чому так відбувається.
Prepare yourself.
Understood.
And what now? Huzzah! Kill. Huh? Say goodbye forever. Yeah! He hardly put up a fight. Attack! Wild creature. There.
Yes?
Just on my way. What is it? We're not. He won't last long. Don't take it personally. Taste my hammer.
At once. For Brackus! And again.
He hardly put up a fuss.
A bit too close.
Один гусь постався, думаю. Це забіт на нього. Що навалюєте?
What is it? Who's next? Huh? Yes? With Let's go.
Пару хороших ударів і огри навіть падають.
On my way.
Давайте вже пробіжимо.
And what now? Oink, oink, what is it, Peggy? Too many over here.
Воу! Завтикав я. Ще гухнеться.
Yes? What's up?
Та ну й гуфнувся. О. Як він гуфнувся? Нормально ж в нього було хп, а потім різко просіло. Давайте хілку йому дамо якусь. Чи що Маша корисного є? Да, хілку дамо. Чи він не самий ватний ніби? Що поробиш? Третя попитка. А, тут загремо їх. Відступаємо від лучників. Корда полізла. Порядок скелі помінявся опять.
Come here, you. What is it? Put up a fight. And again. Too easy. Kill. And what now? Yes? Oh, what bad luck for you. With pleasure. Looking for the
От як він присідає так постійно, я не розумію. Бес на рівні з усіма присідає найбільше.
With pleasure.
Understood. At once.
He hardly put up a fight. Yeah. End it. Yes. Who's next? As good as done. Kill.
Тягуйся.
Vile creature. We're not. Kill. Taste my hammer. Yes. Huh? What is it? And again with pleasure. What's up?
А робиш щось дуже корисне.
Here you shall. Kill. Let's go. Who's next? Attack.
Ух, противників тут ще, блін. Свого задів.
Yes?
All right.
Обігу лучників винесемо.
My way. I'm with you. Huh? I'm on my way. Disgusting.
І він махається, ніхто не задіває. Боїндів.
Yes, at once. Kovrakas!
Huh? Yes, yes. What is it? All right. I'm with you. Huh? What is it? With pleasure. Prepare yourself. Pow! And again. That's the dust. A bit too much for you, was I?
Yes.
Жаль, не помирають. От їх важко вбивати, коли так стоять. Стріляють через скалу.
Take it personally. Yes, as good as done.
З технічної сторони ігра слабенька.
And what now? Huzzah! Very hard. What is it? Out of my way.
Так. Ого, загрівся чомусь.
Yes, on my way. Understood. Kovrakas!
Yeah! What's up? What is it? Yes?
Лявом.
On my way. Retire yourself. And what now? A bit too much as good as done.
Так, там ще один огр і оця орда.
And what now? Of course.
Кисла не агриться, може обійдемо.
On my way.
Крити не можемо.
Take it first. Of course. Out of my way. Die forever. What is it? Yeah. Who's next? Yes? And what now?
Куди ти так сильно просідаєш? Це оце якийсь суперорк навалює.
Huh? Oh, what bad luck for you! I didn't hit you very hard. Yes? Say goodbye forever. Huh?
End it.
Too easy. Was I?
Kovrakas!
He hardly put up a fight. Yeah.
End it.
Дуже жорсткий орк.
Attack.
От він прошлий раз убив мого героя. Через це ми не змогли пройти.
All right. Oh, what bad luck for you.
Yes. Understood. Kill.
Ну нарешті. Якщо акуратно гуляти, то все просто приходиться. Ну акуратно не цікаво ж.
That was refreshing. Hey, here comes some more. 3, 4, 5, 5 or 6.
5 or 6? Oh, phew. He means 5 or 600.
Doimgar turns white as a sheet.
That's too many. To the city. Come on.
Непоганий скіл. А тільки наскільки возростає. Ну, по часу я бачу, а от по дамагу наскільки.
You flee towards Mifidania, with Goimgar out ahead. The orcs at his back seem to have mobilized unimagined powers in him, and he reaches the gate first, hammering manically against it. He says something and scurries through a small gateway that has been opened to him. Moments later, you also reach the gate.
Get in, quickly!
You push your way through the gate as the first orc arrows slam into the wood next to you.
The other dwarf said we should bolt the gate behind him, but we could use all the help we can get when the orcs come.
Це сволоч.
That treacherous sissy, where is he? Boindal and I will look for him. Boindil and Bavragor, help the city guards in any way you can.
You were certain the two of them wouldn't be much help in the search for Goimgar.
Можемо героя роздивитися нарешті. Такий непоганий доспіх. Ліпше, ніж раніше було.
In the past, travelling showmen regularly put up tents like this in front of Lot Yonan's vaults to draw a little money from the pockets of the servants and the famuli, with plays, vocal performances and all kinds of fun.
І на що толпа тут дивиться?
The fabulous Rodario.
Cometh, dear spectators, cometh and see! Let the theatre curiosum, with its star actor, the fabulous Rodario, the mysterious Nomura, and the genius Magister Technicus, Fergus, carry you off to another world. Now see and hear, dear spectators, the truth about Nudin the Knowledge Lusty, who disposed of the other magi in a most horrifying way and plunged Girdlegard into disaster.
Girdlegard, it will be mine.
Not young.
Взагалі не палівно.
When you murdered Frala and the others...
To your horror, you realize that you can no longer talk. You feel a lump in your throat and your eyes begin to burn as images of the vaults and Cintharas appear in front of you.
I see that my first strike really hit you, Groundling. Oh, how they screamed.
Мені цікаво, ніхто не замітив взагалі?
There to help them.
Нас серед толпи витащили.
What do you want with my rucksack? If you're looking for provisions, you could have just asked me nicely.
I'm not interested in what's in the rucksack. I only know that the Lord of the Perished Land wants it. So he will have it.
Your master doesn't tell you much by the sounds of it. Either he doesn't trust you, or he's in the habit of not talking about his business with servants.
You feel the blade cutting into your skin, and you take it as a sign of a small victory.
This way!
Was that an elf?
If we're quick, we'll get that long ear yet.
Alarm! Alarm! The orcs are attacking!
Come, we must defend the walls.
Так. Ну так і дам. Баврагор должен хорошо повиносить противників на стіні. Що ліпше викинуть? Я дуже рідко юзаю натиск. Викидуємо. Тут міняємо місцями. Не так. А чому, кстати, відносне так упало? У мене відносне там 50-очка було. Може по 10-очки. Причому між братами також упало. Дивно. Так, мені куди? Мені наверх? Згадується, ігрушка така була старенька про Середзем'я. Там ми бігали Гендальфом і теж збивали лестниці.
What is it? Of course!
Yes? Huh? Pavrakas!
Huh? Taste my hammer! Come here, you! Yes, yes! Ha ha!
Uh-huh.
What is it? What is it?
Що-небудь робить? Так, ти сюди біжи.
Prepare yourself! And again!
А ще ні.
Huh?
Ліпше ти сюди біжи.
Of course! And what now? What is it? Come here, you! What is it? Say goodbye forever!
Всі герої побігли. До того. І все?
Very good. We're able to stop them.
Simple as. You wish it weren't so. But it is clear to you now that the city can no longer be saved.
To the side gate. It's our only chance. Huh? Yes?
As good as not! And what now?
Так, де мої гноми? Раз, два, три. Четвертий. Що ти робиш?
Yes?
And what now? What is it?
Давайте новий скіл попробуємо, як він працює.
He hardly put up a
А, на
fight.
15 секунд дає баф. Непогано. Я дав на 2. Можемо трохи.
What is it? Oink, oink, little piggies! Another one bites the dust.
Uh-huh.
And what now? What is it? Oh, what bad luck for you! What's up? Let's go.
Yes?
End it. Of course.
Хочеш помогти?
Huh? Huh? Yes, yes. Take it personally. Kill. What
Ось
is it?
побігав вниз.
He hardly put up a fight. As good as done. And what now? Ugh, disgusting.
Якось занадто просто.
It's locked. We have to open it somehow.
Perhaps we can be of service, gentlemen.
Step aside.
Are you thieves?
Certainly not. We are artists. People with extraordinary talents. Say, friends, as you clearly mean to leave Mithadania too, would you have anything against us joining you?
We have a long and dangerous journey ahead of us. I don't think you really want to join us.
An epic and dangerous journey? That sounds like an adventure. And anyway, I have already seen that you know how to handle those weapons of yours. In these dangerous times, a big travel group offers the best protection, don't you think?
The fabulous Rodario.
Oh, An admirer of my skills? Who would have thought it? I am indeed the one and only fabulous Rodario. This gentleman here is Fergus, the best Magister Technicus since human thought. And last but not least, the enchanting Namora, whose beauty makes the mayor's roses wither in envy. Perhaps we should discuss the rest when we are out of this mess.
I don't know,
The orcs are still surging through the gate and over the wall. You decide that this isn't the right time for discussions.
All right then, let's go.
Let's get out of here. We'll be safe with the firstlings.
The firstlings. The splendor of their halls is said to be unrivaled. And I have heard they have fascinating contraptions, Fergus, that are almost reminiscent of magic.
It's open, let's go.
Забагато нас. Кольцо с надписью внутри. Ничего особенного. Понапихала пасхалочок. Так, хто ви такі і що ви вмієте? Ну, така собі. Також нічого цікавого. Стріла в коліно. Скайрім, привіт. Ну, можна оцього замінити свого Баврагора на когось. Ще ГПшки в нього вже нормально. Фугас ніби непоганий. Побачимо. Сюди орки йдуть. Може, зможемо з ними побитися?
In the evening, after your escape from Mifadania, you recover from your exertions around a campfire. Goimgar withdraws to a solitary corner. Bavragor devotes himself to his alcohol, and the twins get their smelly dwarf cheese out. Namora and Fergus exchange hugs and kisses on the other side of the fire, while Rodario sits next to you.
Ah, a journey with real dwarves to the stronghold of the firstlings. I'm sure I can write that into my new piece.
We're far enough away from Mifadania. Perhaps we should part ways tomorrow morning.
Rodario jumps up and begins to gesticulate ostentatiously.
I think you have underestimated us. Let me introduce myself and my colleagues once more. I am the fabulous...
We don't have time to look after a pack of jesters.
Rodario seems offended for a moment, but then he grins, turns away from the group and raises his right arm. A jet of flame shoots out of his sleeve. The dwarves are startled and amazed by the brief spectacle.
And what do you say now, critical Mr. Dwarf?
You're a magus? I don't particularly like them either.
At the Curiosum, magic is my area of responsibility. There is a tube under his arm with a flint and a bag full of Lycopediella seeds. When he firmly presses the bag, the flint sprays sparks and the seeds shoot out. And there you have it. Magic
Що ж ти
fire.
розкриваєш весь секрет?
Masterly work, Fergus.
The Magister Technicus shows his appreciation with a nod of his head.
If they all have tricks like this up their sleeves, well, they might not be such a burden after all, Tungdil.
How are you doing for provisions? We don't have enough.
We are happy to share what we have. It isn't very much, though. We had to leave most of it behind.
Food is sure to be a problem on our journey. Winter's only just beginning to leave Wayan, and people will be keeping a tight grip on the stocks they do have because of the orc attacks.
We have to be frugal and organize as much food as we can. It wouldn't be much of a heroic story if we starved on the way to the firstlings.
Добре, що я припаси скупляв, де міг зразу.
I must congratulate you on your skills. Find it hard to believe that it's not achieved by magic.
Aha, thank you, but I assure you it has nothing to do with magic. Just alchemy and accomplished acting. We leave the sorcery to the magi.
Don't mention them. There's no love lost on Andakai and her walking iron tower.
You've met Andakai the Tempestuous? That is unbelievable. How was she?
She ran away to the outer lands. A damn disgrace.
Що сказати? Давно зрадила.
It's true. Andakai has turned her back on the realm and the rest of Girdlegard. She doesn't think we have a chance against Nodon.
If she had a backbone, she would have stayed and fought.
Andakai the Tempted Away. I think I'm going to have to rewrite my piece about her.
Do you know anything about the firstlings? If I recall the map correctly, we need to cross the first large mountains in the Red Range and then pass through Snowdale to East Ironhald Stronghold.
No one has seen the firstlings for hundreds of cycles, but there are many stories about them. Their craftsmanship is much vaunted, and there used to be trade via a narrow path that led into the mountains, but I don't think there is a man living now who has ever walked that road.
Our mission is to forge the legendary axe Keenfire and destroy the traitor Nodon. If you wish to accompany us through hunger, coldness, and danger, then do so. It's your decision.
How could we not partake in such a story? Just think what a wonderful play we could make of it.
If we survive. I was hoping to only resurface once we reach the Red Range. Instead, we have a long journey and a dangerous climb ahead of us.
There may be another way apart from the old trading route. A few years ago, an old man from the north told me of a place called Wackenstein. Apparently, there is an old path there, older than the dwarven tunnels themselves.
Legends and stories. There's too much uncertainty. Let's just see what the next few days bring.
Може сюди сунуться, орків мінуснуть. А ладно. Встигнеться.
You are walking past an inconspicuous copse as Nomura suddenly stops on the spot.
Wait! We are not alone. Someone is watching us.
A trap?
Die, scum!
What are you doing? Why are you attacking us? We're dwarves too. We're on the same side.
I see honest dwarves here, but they are accompanied by scum. I will free you of it.
Oh, really? And what are you going to do on your own against 8?
You, come here.
What?
Нормально.
Brother, what are you doing?
Хіба гноми вміють магічить? Якась необична гномка.
Boindale, what's wrong? Come to your senses!
It's no use. They belong to me. Now die, scum.
Якась вона занадто бліда. О, з ким ми залишились? Ну, блін, я не хочу з нею воювати. Самих корисних позабирало. Ми не проти орків б'ємося, так що можемо цей скіл поміняти. Ну, погнали. Мені треба іменно гномку перебити. Убить. А ти сюди біжиш. Пуляєш, а далеко. Що долетить? Новий герой, не знаю, як він працює. Давайте спробуємо, вдруг долетить.
Yes.
Долетіло. Тільки попав, по-моєму, по моєму ж герою. Давай наверх помагай.
Yes?
What? I'm on it.
Pavrakas!
Well? I'll be ready again soon. Just a second, still charging.
Не хочу ранити своїх. Дуже сильно. Тому що хилять їх, воно мені надо. Все? Халява. Довше думав, як її вбити, чим вбивав.
No sooner does the unknown dwarf fall unconscious to the floor than her control over your comrades disappears. You fetter and gag her until you know more about her sinister powers.
That was, well, it didn't hurt you, Scholar.
It was as if in a dream, but at the same time, it wasn't. I heard her voice in my head, and although I knew better, I only saw orcs attacking me. You were the enemy.
Boindale goes over to the shackled dwarf and kicks her gently with his boot.
This is never a child of the smith, even if she looks like one. Those gifts. By frackers, there is something evil at work.
You kneel in front of the dwarf and press your axe against her throat.
My name is Tungdo. If I remove your gag, will you answer some questions?
The captive nods, and you pull the gag out of her mouth.
Geralda is my name. It would seem I
вона
underestimated
така?
you.
Your powers, I've never heard of anything like it.
Neither have I. I haven't had them for long. When I try to remember, all I see is black mist, and I taste iron and mud, and there's an elf who... Ugh.
Може, демоном
Did the
одержима?
Alpha give you these powers?
When I try to remember, it hurts, like needles sticking into my head. I am Geralda Bloodstone. I was...
You said something about scum when you attacked us. Has Namora done anything to harm you?
Not her, but her kind. Alpha.
She is a human. She only acts at being an elf in theatre.
In the theatre?
For the first time, Geralda looks at Namora without a hateful expression.
She must die.
Нам.
Where have you come from and what brings you to Wayne?
I was on my way to the Free Folk. They are said to live in the middle of Girdlegard, without kingdoms or their laws.
The free folk? You mean dwarves?
Yes, dwarves who have left their kingdoms, voluntarily or otherwise. Not everyone has a place in their kingdom.
You instinctively think of your own plight. You are not a secondling, and won't be welcome among the
Знову
Fortlings
субтитри.
since you placed
Половина
obstacles
тільки
in
їх.
their king's path.
Don't believe this nonsense, scholar. The free folk are tale that people tell themselves when they don't want to stick to the traditions. Just look what good it's done Geralda.
Geralda prepares to reply, but then she holds back.
Enough talk. She is dangerous, probably crazy. She attacked us, we put an end to her.
It's what we call amnesia, memory loss, a tool often used in stage productions. We don't know what happened to her, and maybe she doesn't either. We can't just kill her.
Що з нею зробити? Ну, вбивати ні, я добрий. Ну, вона явно зв'язана якось з Альвом, ну, сама це сказала. І думаю, це нічим хорошим не закінчиться. Найліпший варіант вбити її, ну... Ми беремо її з собою, так буде цікавіше.
She's too dangerous just to let go, so we'll take her with us. Remove the fetters.
You nip any objection in the bud and turn to Geralda.
Listen, don't know what has happened to you, but we are dwarves and we shouldn't fight against one another. We could do with your help.
The female dwarf seems just as surprised by your decision as your companions.
Thank you. I would be happy to accompany you. I am Geralda Bloodstone, of the Fourthling Kingdom. I'm sorry that I attacked you. It was a misunderstanding.
You realize that your decision doesn't please everyone. Boindil and Namora seem particularly upset. But they hold back, and you continue on your way, a slightly gloomy mood hanging over the group.
No. Вибачте, я вас чуть не вбила, звичайно. Я не спеціально. З ким не буває. Що візьмемо? Не знаю, навики похожі. Кроваві ножниці, судячи по назві, все тільки перед собою. А віхір дамаже навколо. Що тут ще далі є? Давайте віхір візьмемо. Чого лаги почалося? Воно всі менюшки. Оптимізація не сама ліпша в ігри. Беремо гушання, тим більше тут і дамаг хороший.
When you enter the pretty little village with its richly ornate houses and its temple to Palandil at its center, you can see an angry mob some distance away. The villagers are hassling a young woman, insulting her and pushing her to the ground. You push your way through the crowd of people and stand in the way of the villagers.
What's going on here?
A man dressed in richly decorated vestments looks you up and down.
Palandil be with you,
Геральт
dwarf.
колись
It
так
is none
помер.
of your business, but this woman here is a thief. She and her henchmen have emptied the monastery's granary and were willing to abandon us to our fate.
That's a lie. We asked for help and these people turned us away. I came back to ask again.
What evidence do you have against this woman?
We found the granary broken into. Almost a third of our grain and a significant amount of supplies have gone. And all this just one day after she and her people were snooping around here.
That is indeed suspicious.
Really? We have a look around, steal some grain and supplies, and on the next day I come back to get myself captured.
The woman looks defiantly towards you and the priest.
Tell us what happened.
The villagers grumble, but the priest gives the woman a chance to defend herself.
My name is Tavia. I was forced to flee Tabayin with my family when the perished land began to spread. My husband, we had to leave him behind.
The horror in the woman's eyes gives you a good idea as to what became of her husband.
No one accepted us in the north. There are too many refugees and everyone is scared. Queen Wei has offered land in Wayan to anyone who will work hard for it. But what should we grow if no one will sell us grain? We offered a fair price, but Father Malin...
She darts a scathing gaze at the priest.
He wanted double the amount.
The priest glances briefly at the angry villagers. Then he replies in a firm voice.
It was a hard winter, and with the increasing frequency of orc attacks, we must think of ourselves first and foremost. Even we cannot help everyone.
The bystanders mutter in agreement.
Давайте пограємо в
The
детектива.
accusations are serious, so let's get to the bottom of the matter to be completely sure.
We have no doubt that she did it.
The priest looks at the villagers standing around him, the lust for blood written in their faces.
On the other hand, before we do something we can't undo...
Dissatisfied murmuring grows, which the priest debates with mollifying gestures.
Search for your evidence. You there, lock this woman up in the guardhouse in the meantime.
The woman is taken to a squat building made of rough blocks of stone. The crowd slowly disbands.
Презумпція невидності тут не працює.
You enter the village's large storehouse. The ground floor of the two-story building is full of turnips, with large barrels and clay pots on the floor and on high shelves. Several villagers are carrying out stock-taking. They're being supervised by a weedy man who observes them with a grim expression and writes things on a wax tablet every now and then. Work is in full swing. The man with the wax tablet grumbles now and then in agreement when one of the peasants shouts out a number to him. It shouldn't take too much longer until they finish the inventory. There are sacks piled up on top of one another on the first floor. They are most likely filled with different kinds of grain and, judging by the omnipresent white dust, flour.
Зараз ми знайдемо сліди.
You look around for a portable source of light.
Can anyone see a candle or a torch? I need a light.
I wouldn't recommend that.
The Magister Technicus has followed you into the storehouse.
One spark could ignite the flour dust. We sometimes use the effect when we want to create huge balls of fire on the stage.
I think we could do without huge balls of fire in here.
You walk towards the only area in the storeroom where you can see the floorboards. You hesitate as your boots slip on the floor, as if you're walking on mud.
Tongue deal.
The Magister Technicus carefully observes the roof beams above the empty corner. He grabs at a beam and crumbles something between his fingers. You can't make out what it is, so you copy him and feel damp, rotten wood. It's very easy to pull away small pieces.
What are you doing here?
The man with the wax tablet is standing on the stairs. He sounds half angry, half shocked.
No one is allowed in here.
The rain has gotten here. The roof and the floor are damp.
Those savages! It wasn't enough that they steal from us, they had to damage the roof too! That was probably where they got in.
The wood didn't start to rot yesterday, good man.
The steward's face turns bright red.
And you are the experts on such things, are you?
Assuming the roof here has been leaky for a long time, what would have happened to the grain in the sacks directly underneath? Wouldn't it have turned rotten?
The man wets his lips. His gaze darts around the room.
The roof was fine. I'll have it repaired. And now, get out of here!
Якийсь він підозрілий
The
трохи.
steward angrily blocks off all further attempts at talking to him, and even when you threaten him with Father Malin, it doesn't have the desired effect. The father trusts in him, he says, and he's always been a devout follower. The heavy door of the storehouse closes behind you, and you hear a bolt sliding into place from the inside. You enter the guardhouse, and before the guards know, Boindeel and Boendal have caught them up in a friendly conversation. Shielded from the view of the guards, you exchange a few words with the suspect without being disturbed.
Why did you come back to the village?
I wanted to negotiate with Father Malin for the grain. What else could I do? No sooner had I arrived than they surrounded me and accused me of robbery.
Where have you taken the grain and supplies?
I don't know anything about grain or supplies. Apart from the fact that we could do with both, I'm telling you, I am innocent!
We won't let anyone do anything to you, but if we are going to help you, you will have to tell us the truth.
The woman looks you in the face, then her head sinks, and when she looks back up, she has tears in her eyes.
Please, I just want to go back to my family. I don't know what happened.
Не вірю я, що вона вкрала.
You feel sympathy towards the woman. You raise your hand to silence Rodario and nod to the woman to continue talking.
We asked for grain and were full of hope when we saw the well-filled granary. But we hadn't reckoned on the malice of the people here.
A slow, ironic clap sounds from behind you. Confused, you turn around to face Rodario.
Bravo, my dear, with tears and everything. Tough luck that a master of the art of acting is present. None of what she said corresponds with the truth, Tungdil. She is lying and trying to deceive us. Not completely talentless for an amateur.
You expect the woman to deny everything,
Блін.
but when she overcomes
А
her
я повірив.
amazement, she spits in the actor's face.
And what if I am? I would do it all again. The people here have more than they need and my people are starving. Is that fair?
Why did you come back here after stealing the grain and supplies?
We didn't steal them. We paid for them. A reasonable price, just not to Father Malin.
You had help.
He promised us 36 sacks of grain. When we opened the sacks in our hideout, we realised that most of the grain was rotten. He thought he'd get away with it.
The woman
Ну
looks
все,
around,
ситуація зрозуміла.
And by the looks of things, he has.
Пацан з таблички продав зерно попорчене, щоб не віддуватися за нього.
Spit it out. Where are the spoils and your people?
I'd rather die than tell you that.
The woman looks at you determinedly, and neither of you blink.
Morris the steward offered you the grain, didn't he?
What does that matter? I've no proof it was him. And even if I did, if I admit that we have the stuff, I'll be hanging from a tree by this evening and my children will starve. I beg you, let me go. We bought the grain and the supplies. Perhaps he wasn't allowed to sell it to us. But we paid. And with a little seed we can sow, at least
Уже
some of us
посіяли,
have a chance of
бистрови.
surviving the year.
І що з ними робити? Не скажеш, що вони погані люди. Ситуація заставила.
How can I trust you?
wouldn't do everything to offer their children a future. Lying is the very least.
Ну, зерно вона купила. Нечесно, но купила. Тому не бачу смисла повертати його.
I don't want you to be hanged just because you tried to support your family. Go.
You open the door. The guards jump up, take up their swords, and let their hands sink down again when they feel the axes of the dwarves against their throats. The woman lays a hand on your shoulder for a moment as a sign of gratitude before she runs from the guardhouse.
I hope you know what you're doing, scholar.
Rodario's furrowed brow does not give you the feeling you've made an undisputed decision.
Namora, find out where she's heading and then rejoin us.
Fergus wants to raise an objection, but before he can think of the right words, Namora has kissed him on the mouth and has disappeared round the next corner. You leave the guardhouse and explain your plan to Father Malin. You expect him to object, but he seems to be satisfied. You assume he'll make you responsible for
Згадуйте часи космічних рейнджерів і текстових квестів.
If you are successful.
Скучали за таким. І що далі? Ей, що мені робить? Дуже дивно. Кстати, гномка, що ти вмієш? Ну так, непогано. Так, дойти мені треба сюди. Тут квестик. Значить ми йдемо в сторону квестика. Ну, скоріше за все, нам зараз доведеться вернутися.
Like every night in the wilderness, you set up camp and assign the watch. Bavragor takes first watch this evening, while the rest of you sit by a small fire, toasting some bread. You're not particularly surprised that neither Bavragor nor any of the others notice the guest who suddenly appears out of the darkness next to you.
Namora!
Fergus jumps up, and moments later has embraced her tightly.
Were you able to find out anything?
She didn't detect me and led me straight to the hideout. I can show you. It's a cave some miles off from the path. Almost 4 people, men, women and children.
You nod. You have tracked down Tavia's hideout.
І... вертаємося назад.
You enter Seaton and take a look round.
Що ігра від мене хоче?
The priest is lost in thoughts, standing in front of the temple, as if he couldn't decide whether to go in or not.
I was wondering, what was here first, the temple or the village?
Ah, a keen eye. The temple is indeed much too big for such a small village. It was built on the foundations of an old stronghold when salt was found nearby. The village has grown over the years in the shadow of the temple. Good people live here, honest and pious children of Pilandiel.
He glances at the place where the woman was surrounded.
Why can't we just be left in peace?
Supposing Tavia really did steal the grain and supplies, but only to save her family, would you turn a blind eye?
Pilandiel teaches generosity, but that too must have its boundaries. We cannot help everyone. At some point there won't be enough for us.
So, if you had sold the grain, the people of Seaton would have starved.
Maybe not. Not yet. But if we always give everything we have away...
No one is saying always, and no one is saying everything.
The priest shrugs his shoulders apologetically. He doesn't wish to spoil things with his flock.
The roof of the granary is leaky. We saw some rotten wooden planks.
Again? Morris only had the roof repaired last summer.
Did he? If he didn't, some of the grain would have got damp and rotten.
Out of the question. Morris would have reported that. He checks the grain once a month, and there were no complaints.
The priest has absolutely no doubt in what he is saying, often a sign that someone hasn't thought things over.
Що робимо? Розкажемо? Ну, я сподіваюся на такий варіант. Ми розказуємо, де логово, приходимо туди. Священник бачить, що зерно згнивше, і все рішається полюбовно.
We have found the thieves' hideout.
Really? That's welcome news.
With an encouraging nod, the priest of Palandial prompts you to continue.
We spoke to the people there. It was very revealing.
And?
The priest gives you the same look he otherwise uses to reprimand the villagers' minor sins.
They say they paid Morris to sell supplies and grain to them.
The priest wants to object.
He ripped them off. That would be an explanation as to why Tavia came back this morning, don't you think?
The cogs are turning inside the priest's head. His expression reveals that he doesn't like his own conclusions.
And what about the grain and the supplies?
The supplies and the grain, you won't see any of it again. We were too late.
The priest eyes you in silence, and you look back without batting an eyelid.
I am not sure whether you have earned a reward, Mr. Dwarf.
The priest brings out a small
Несколько
pouch.
монет.
He counts a few
Уже
coins
жадина.
into your hand.
На що я сподівався від священника? Давайте в таверну зайдемо.
You spend the night protected from the wind in a ruin, and are sitting around a campfire as the topic of your new companion's performance on the stage comes up.
Sleight of hand, speed, alchemy, and makeup can have an incredible effect. Nomura transformed herself into an elf using the latter.
I also noticed your weapons, Nomura. I've never seen such swords before.
Their names are Crescent and Sunbeam.
Гляньте.
I designed them myself.
Привіт, Ілідана.
It took a long time until I found a smith who was able to make them.
She looks like a pointy ear too. Nature hasn't been kind to her.
For this absent-minded remark, Boindil receives evil looks from Nomura and grins from the men.
Perhaps I really am an elf, and will bring you a nightmare in your sleep tonight. Don't be surprised if you wake up screaming.
For a moment, it seems as though she has merged with the darkness, but when you blink, everything is back to normal.
By the gods! Isn't she magnificent in her role?
There is no denying what Rodario says. The group isn't overly friendly towards Geralda, and this evening she's sitting once again apart from the others. You ask yourself what you can do to break the ice when you see that she has a phial in her hand. The phial is wrapped around with silver wire and has a snap lock. The liquid in it is black. Geralda opens the lid and takes a big swig. As she puts down the bottle, a smile flits across her face, followed by a short expression of deep satisfaction. It is the first time that you have seen a positive emotion on the face of the somber dwarf.
Is that medicine?
No, it's... I don't know either. If I don't drink it, I have a longing for it. It gets stronger and stronger until I can't stand it anymore. When I drink it, the longing disappears, and I feel rested and strong.
And when the phial's empty?
I don't know. I don't know where I got the drink from, let alone what it is. But if I don't drink it, frackers, give me strength. I think I would go crazy or die.
Geralda plays with the phial, lost in her thoughts, as if she were trying to remember where she saw it for the first time.
Ситуація зрозуміла. Її підсадили на наркоту. Потім вона нас зрадить нової порції. Якось так.
A two-story tavern sits on the corner of a crossroads. The snow around the building has been cleared away, and a warm light is coming from inside. The sign above the door reads Minstrel Castle.
Minstrel Castle? That sounds promising.
The old building has nothing in common with a castle. It seems rather nondescript. A simple tavern for simple people.
Finally! Time for ale! My throat is completely parched.
As much as I hate agreeing with you, I too can hardly wait.
You enter the tavern with Bavragor and Boindil in front. On first impression, the interior is as inconspicuous as the outside. But when you take a closer look, you spot a couple of paintings of minstrels in front of a castle, a small stage that, judging by the dust, is only very rarely used, and a lute hanging on the wall behind the bar. There are not very many guests on the ground floor, perhaps a dozen, and most of them belong to a group of mercenaries who have retreated into the far corner. You sit at a table, and after a while you are brought the ale that Boindil has ordered. You go to the bar where the landlady is working and sit on a stool. The landlady, a stout, middle-aged woman with long hair tied in a ponytail, looks up briefly but says nothing.
Say, why is the tavern called Minstrel Castle? It doesn't look much like a castle.
Oh, you don't know the legend, dwarf.
One of the guests next to you at the bar takes up your question.
There was a castle here once. No one knows its name anymore, so everyone just calls it Minstrel Castle. Once upon a time a king lived in that castle. He had many subjects and an enchanting queen. But one day a young minstrel came along and sang of wonderful far-off lands, and the subjects began to complain about their own lives. So the king sent for the singer to hear for himself. He came and sang a wonderful love song, and the king began to be scared. He thought that the minstrel wanted to steal away his queen. Without flinching, he drew his sword and struck the boy down. His father heard of this. He was himself a singer, and so he went to the king and played a terrible song, a curse. The king was to vanish in silence, and no one was to remember his name.
And that's what happened. No one remembers the name of the king or his castle. Make of it what you will. The story's certainly well known enough in the area to give Arin its name.
І таке буває. Так, треба продатися трохи. Купляємо припаси максимально. Хороші талісмани. Купляємо обидва.
You nod at the landlady as you slip off the bar stool, and she nods back. Bavragor and Boindil, who are absorbed in a drinking competition, have to be practically dragged out of the tavern. but in the end, you are able to continue your journey.
А от і логово-то. Да блін, ви серйозно? Ну вони, звісно, розмістили його. Ось Сітон. Місце, де вони вкрали припаси і зерно. Потім ми одійшли от сюди, тобто передвинулись, пройшли путь за один день. А наша спутниця прослідила за ними. За один день сюди мотнулась і назад. Це нормально? Не буду туди бігати, це занадто довго.
As on the previous evening, Bavragor sits apart from the others. But tonight, he waves you over.
Smeralda, my sister. You want to know what happened, right?
You nod and sit down.
She followed Boindle into battle. We tried to talk her out of it, but she was as unyielding as a mountain. Then came the day when the High Pass was attacked.
Bavragor drinks from his liquor.
He killed her. Blinded by the frenzy of battle, he thought she was one of the enemy. I can never forgive him. He killed my sister.
Ну да, таке не вибачають.
You inevitably remember the loss of Lot Yonan, Frala, and her children. You remain sitting in silence, each of you deep in thought. Boendal approaches, having either heard you or guessing what you are talking about.
His fierce life forge is a curse. He thought the orcs had robbed him of his love, and the ire came over him. Sometimes he calls her name in his dreams. Oh, he'd never admit it, but he suffers just like Bavragor. He too loved her.
The stonemason doesn't react, so you and Boendal go back to the others by the fire. You discover some ancient ruins and an orc camp in a gorge. A small group of Bognalim is moving between tents, piles of rubbish and cages. In one of the cages, you think you can make out some movement.
Атакуємо, звісно.
They're coming out the holes.
А чому ми втрьох?
My bag! Over there! Quick! You'll have to smoke them out!
Так, ну беремо двох своїх гномів стандартних. І тебе, напевно, четвертою. В те дальня атака, те, що мені треба. Дамо тобі талісман на атаку. Тобі такий талісман, тобі такий. Все, погнали. Бомбочки.
Huh? Yes? Grenades! Throw them into the holes. That ought to stop the little beasts. And again.
Хто ви такі общі? Що за гадость?
On my way.
Собаки вони якісь.
Vile creature! Who's next?
Так, давай тебе попробуємо. Що ти вмієш? Якось не вражає. Чи ти взагалі сама? Біжи сюди. Я це контролювати не можу.
And what now? Of course! Huzzah! Yes.
Say goodbye forever.
Huh? Come here, you!
Стало її одну.
At once. On my way.
Якщо огонь по своїм, та нема своїх.
Understood.
Все, ще одна. І воно ще одна.
On my way.
What is it?
What is it?
А противника можна вибрати? Можна, круг просто не видно. А, і назад вертається.
Vile creature. Yes? Understood.
Too easy.
And again.
Все.
Kill. Vile creature. And again. Killed.
Так собі настрілює. Слабенько.
Another one bites the dust.
He hardly put up a fight!
I need some assistance.
And
Да.
what now?
Реально треба допомогти їй.
Yes.
Yes?
Може, оранжевик в тіму не дуже хороша ідея.
Disappointing.
Слабо навалює
Very
дуже.
hard.
Die! Disappointing. Your death is on its
І
way.
вона підбігає, щоб атакувати. Не оранжевик.
Over there?
Pow! Another one bites the dust. Ah! Oh, what bad luck for you! With pleasure.
At once. End it.
I didn't hit you very hard.
Killed.
Саме основний дамаг іде з кілами. З руки так собі.
Very impressive, I must say. Let me out, my friends.
Ротарі убіждає врагов сражатися на його стороні. Так і бачиш, як він стає посеред боя і починає убіждати орків і огрів вбитися за нього. На 6-му рівні їй нічого не дається. А, це цікаво. Смерть із тіні. Правда, откат 2 минути. Да. Що тут цікавого?
A pile of wood. Or is it actually a pyre?
Oh, thank you. Have you seen Helga? Helga? Helga! Where are you?
Hello? I am Tungdil Goldhand. These are my companions, Boindil, Boendal,
руки
Rodario,
уже.
Fergus and Namora, Bavragor and Goimgar.
Have you seen Helga?
No, we haven't. If you don't mind me asking, what is your name?
Call me Ensign and drop the pleasantries.
If I may, who is this Helga?
Helga? Where?
Не говори, що це коза.
I don't know, I just wanted to know.
Helga is my wife.
No,
Didn't
слава
I
Богу.
mention that? We came here together, but then the orcs came and she was gone. Do you think she might have gone home? Helga!
You have a dark notion of what might have happened to Helga, but as you have no proof, you'd rather say nothing.
If you see her, you'll let me know, right?
What brings you to these parts, Henson? It's not exactly the nicest of places.
Aren't you here for the festival? The unbelievable Wackenstein Festival. My wife and I desperately wanted to see it for ourselves. The blind guardian, the statue over there, is the key. He calls people from far and wide to the festival. I finally found some information in the archives of the Runsiensis as to how the guardian is activated.
I wanted to thank you. Your grenades really helped us.
Grenades? Oh, yeah, no problem. I used them to break up boulders, but I ended up attracting these pests. Who was to know there are Bognolum around here? And as if that weren't bad enough, along came the orcs and took me ox skull. Yes. And Helga, where is Helga?
Do you know anything about a secret passage through the mountains?
Secret passage? No, can't say I do. But they say that when the blind guardian awakens, then people will come to the festival from all corners of the world. Maybe they'll come from the mountains too.
So what have you found out about the festival, Henson?
You see that statue? That's the blind guardian. You could call him the patron saint of Wackenstein. They say that when the festival begins, then the revelers heed his call from all corners of the earth. According to my research, we need 3 things to start the festival. A burning ox skull, the fire-eater bell, and vervain. I actually had it all, but, well, then the orcs came.
Нам треба його розбудити і з'явиться тайна тропа. Ось навіть можна її побачити за топором.
So, we've got to hunt down an army of orcs. Boindil will like that. What do we do with the skull when we've got it?
Oh, that's simple. The ox skull must be set on fire.
You're not sure what kind of celebration needs a burning ox skull, but the mission doesn't sound too difficult.
Where will we find the fire-eater bell, and what kind of a name is that anyway?
Verinciensis. I tracked you down to a collector who lives outside the city in an estate on the south wall. According to the legend, the bell was mounted in a black tower. The tower caught fire. The bell fell down and smothered the source of the fire. Now, I'm sure you can work out the rest. The ringing of the bell opens the way for the blazing fire in our souls. At least that's what is written.
Verinciensis. So what are we waiting for? We'll visit the collector and...
It would be best if you went without me. I have some things to prepare here.
Vervain, doesn't that grow in Ergon? It's a hell of a long way from here.
Ha! Don't worry. I have a bag, where, just a minute. It's gone.
You lost it?
Well, lost. I mean, you know, briefly mislaid, perhaps. It must be here somewhere.
To begin the festival, we need the ox skull, the fire eater bell, and the vervain, right?
Exactly. Then we need to set the skull on fire, ring the bell, and
А можна просто проламати проход? Думаю, це буде швидше.
It happens.
You're quite sure you're wasting your time. A huge festival in the middle of nowhere. But you pin your hopes on there being a spark of truth in every story, and that somehow a path will open up through the mountains when you carry out the old ritual.
See you later, Ensign.
Let me know if you see Helga.
Так, варбан, як я зрозумів, мені десь тут треба шукати. Не бачу.
Ah, that must be Henson's bag of herbs.
Це було важко. Ну, побігла. Остальне шукати. А можна просто перебити орків, як я розумію, тут. А де мені череп шукати? Написано, що у орків. Так, описание квестика есть. Есть, тільки не детально. Ну, побігло. Може в цих орків? Їх його знає.
The size of the fields and the farmsteads grow as you get closer to Valenciensis, the old border city in the north. The old city wall is much too small for the size of today's settlement. Everywhere little cottages, and even the odd magnificent estate, extend beyond the wall.
The house that Henson was talking about must be somewhere on the south wall. We need the bell if we're going to open the path through the mountains.
Нафіга цим зайнявся? Надо було йти орків вбивати та і все.
You try to gain access to the city, but the guards on the wall are unyielding. The orc armies in the south and the movement of the Perish land has prompted the city council to lock Valenciensis up. You try not to show your disappointment, but Boindale looks at you curiously.
Is a house full of dusty books really that important, scholar? That's no place for a dwarf.
There are also books by dwarves and about dwarves in that archive. They've practically got everything that has ever been written. They've even got notes on the races of Girdlegard, singularities and oddities by M.A. Het.
A book about dwarves? That really can't be any good at all.
You follow the street to an estate on the south wall, which is surrounded by a fence. The paved path to the door is lined with hydrangea. You knock on the door gently, and after a while it is opened by a chubby man in expensive clothes. The man gives you a fleeting glance.
We don't want to buy anything.
He intends to close the door again without waiting for your answer. You put your foot in the crack of the door.
Wait, you have a rare bell in there, Fire Eater, am I right?
The man pauses.
Fire Eater? How?
Before he can finish what he's saying, a red-haired woman pushes past him. She is also wearing expensive clothes and is heavily made up. After she gives him a stern look, the man disappears into the house. She scrutinizes you with greenish-blue eyes.
How do you know about that, Shorty?
I, heard from someone in the city.
In the city? But the city whose gates are closed to everyone. Of course, I believe that. Go to Tion Grand.
Я чомусь вирішив, що ліпше не розказувати про того мужика.
The door is slammed in your face. You go with the group.
Doesn't look like it went too well. Maybe I should try my luck, Tangdil. I can be very persuasive.
Rodario follows the hydrangea-lined path to the door in elegant strides. He knocks on the door energetically, and a little later the door is opened by a red-headed woman. When she sees Rodario, her expression lightens. She opens the door fully and
Ну, звісно, коротишок ніхто не любить.
What can I do for you? Are you a singer? An actor? Or a lute player?
The name is Rodario Fairmaid, gifted showman, mime and dramatist. At your service.
Rodario elegantly pulls the hat from his head and bows before her.
Ну, гібіскус похвалимо. Гібіскус ж він же такий чудесний.
Your wonderful hibiscus bushes really caught my attention. You have exquisite taste.
The woman's greenish-blue eyes flash with anger.
Так і знав, що не те. Я не міг пройти мимо гібіскуса.
It's about details, damn it. It's all about the details.
They're hydrangeas.
The woman turns around and heads
Short.
inside the house.
Зелені в неї
I
очі.
will never be able to forget your greenish blue eyes as long as I live.
A smile follows, then a glance from those eyes, which are indeed...
Треба уважно читати.
It would seem to me you have a skilled tongue and a love of details.
Anyone who does not notice your beauty must be walking through life with eyes closed. In terms of my tongue.
Oh, Mr. Rodario. How about a private presentation of your skills?
Rodario lays an experienced hand around the woman's waist and disappears into the house with her.
At your service, my dear.
After an hour, Rodario comes out of the house with a broad grin on his face and the bell in a bag.
The bell, as ordered. Apart from the esteemed Nomura, no woman has ever resisted my sweet words, not to mention my hands when...
All right.
You feel your cheeks turning red as you imagine what Rodario has just done.
Наш гном ще дівственник, якщо я нічого не путаю. Ну що, заскочимо сюди, раз уж ми поруч уже.
You can make out a cave in the bank of a dried-out riverbed, with several small fires burning in it. You don't see any guards, so you approach carefully. Men and women jump as they notice you. There is terror written in their emaciated faces. When a little girl screams and runs away from you, the whole camp is alerted, and a group of men and women step out of the cave.
Is that them? Your benefactors?
Tavia, who came out of the cave next to the man, nods.
You've led them straight here. Who are you?
The man resembles Tavia. His face too tells of a struggle between defiant determination and fatigue and resignation.
I am Gerald, Tavia's brother. I led these people here from Tabayin.
You look around you. You guess there are about 10 families, less than 50 people. Half of them are children and youths. Tabayin is a fertile country in the north, but much more importantly these days, it borders the perished land to the east.
How are things in Tabayin?
Gerald's expression changes. It's as if he's looking through you.
The perished land is raging. It poisons the spirit, and those who become possessed by it just...
Gerald looks at his hands, which he involuntarily forms into claws.
They no longer recognize you. Brothers, mothers, children. Our brother-in-law. I had to...
Не все
With
хорошо.
visible effort, he wrenches himself free of his terrible memories.
We can only hope that the Magi managed to build a new barrier soon.
You cannot bring yourself to quash the last hope he has.
Your sister couldn't have known that she was being followed. Amora has quite a talent for not being seen.
She shouldn't even have gone to Seaton in the first place. I knew that nothing good would come of it.
Tavia went to Seaton on her own initiative.
Our gold was gone and our supplies were dwindling, despite being on half rations. I said we should just take what we need if no one is going to help us, but my sister wouldn't have anything to do with it. She took the wedding jewelry from our village, the most valuable thing we had with us, and sold it without my knowing. She then took this money and went to Seaton with several men. I was completely beside myself when I heard about it, but then they came back with food and grain, and I thought they had really done it.
He laughs cheerlessly and shakes his head.
For a few minutes we thought we were saved.
What's wrong with the grain from Seaton?
We thought we finally had a change of luck for the better. We were praying for a new start.
Як можна було не перевірити, купляючи, а?
Rotten and unusable.
І кілька тижнів тащить його сюди, не перевіривши.
We all got together and discussed what was to be done. The majority was in favor of going to Seaton and taking what was due, at any price. The next morning, Tavia disappeared. It was clear to me that she had returned to Seaton. We were going to give her a couple of days, and in the meantime, we prepared for our attack. We needed weapons, and we needed a plan.
Я не хочу забрати припаси. Вони заслужили.
The supplies and the grain, where are they?
Gerald glances at your companions.
The grain is mainly useless. There's only 4 or 5 usable sacks. We shared out the supplies, and that'll keep us going for the next few weeks.
You're in greater need of the grain and the supplies than the people in Seaton. Keep both.
Gerald stares at you. Only after a few seconds does he finally close his mouth.
Thank you very much, sir. When I saw you turn
No,
up heavily
пожалуйста.
armed, I thought the game was up.
How could we ever justify letting people on the run die if we have enough to share ourselves?
You see tired but happy faces all around you. The people breathe a collective sigh of relief.
Know this, good dwarf. Whenever you need help, we'll come. We'll stand by your side. We don't have much to offer you, but we can muster together a few strong arms for battle, and we have some outstanding archers.
You nod and are happy to have made some new friends.
So long, my friend.
Не зря сходили. Іде мені шукати череп коров'ячий. В цих орків чи в оцих? Давайте до цих заскочимо, а там буде видно.
The
Розминулось?
all too
Ні.
familiar stench of tallow and grease reaches your nose. You know what this means.
Хто четвертим буде? Не знаю, кого взяти. Так, ну перше поміняємо тут скіл. Давай тебе візьмемо. В те новий скіл треба пробувати. Напевно. Що по амулетам? Нормально, пішли. Убить 25 врагов. Внизу. Убить 50 врагов.
Ага.
З одної сторони побіжать, ще з двох. Так, ти стань перший, я хочу скіл попробувати. А, мені до них бігти. Ну так не цікаво. Малявки лізуть. Непогано. Тут дів нормально почав навалювати з руки причому. Він якось з ніг збиває, а потім вбиває. Я оглушаю. Відтички по 170. Це солідно. Остальні слабше б'ють. В тебе новий скіл. Непогано. І своїх не дамаже, головне. Оу, чуть не завтикав. Розслаблятися тут не можна. Привіт, кислий. Уже відмітив днюху. Огри такі ніякі.
Yes? Yeah! Don't take it personally. And what now?
Да які можуть бути наслідки твоєму повіці? Така дрібна, що фіг попадеш по ньому. Ти давай наверх.
Of course! A bit too much for you, was I? Huh? Yeah?
Yes?
What is it? Huzzah! And again! Yes, too
Сам розберешся.
much, was I? Oh, what bad luck for you!
On my way. For Vracus!
Yeah!
Understood.
Ще двох.
And what now?
Якось не сильно дамаже. Противники розлітаються просто. На. Занадто просто.
While the others take care of their wounds, you find a brown, well-cared-for leather bag. You are certain
Нашел
the
череп.
bag hadn't belonged to an orc, and inside you actually find a decorated ox skull.
This will please Henson.
With this, you are a step closer to a way through the mountains, or a huge disappointment.
Було б весело, якби це нічого не дало. Я б посміявся. Давайте низом пройдемося цей раз. Що мені тут скажуть?
When you enter the strongly fortified mountain village, you see a large group of miners standing around a shaft in heated discussion.
I really saw them, I swear!
A young man in mining clothes defiantly stares at an older man who is a good head taller than him.
Even if you did, smashing the lift hoist, it would have been better to have not sent the cage down again until we cleared this thing up.
Is there a problem?
The older man, perhaps a foreman, is so angry that he hardly seems to have realized that he's talking to a dwarf.
Mika here says that he saw orcs in the mine, and he smashed the lift hoist to bits. The cage has crashed to the bottom of the shaft. How are we supposed to work now?
Can we help you somehow?
Help? Well, we'll have to repair the hoist, and we need a new cage.
The foreman turns to a man next to him for answers. He's just as muscular, with dirty, calloused hands and an angular face.
It will take at least 2 weeks, but we don't need any help, unless you can speed up time.
I'll need 1 day. 2 at the most, if there are problems.
The foreman looks aghast at the Technicus, unsure whether he's joking or not.
1 day? Have you got any idea how...
Fergus is the most talented Magister Technicus in Girdlegard. And anyway, what have you got to lose? Let him help.
Well, as long as he doesn't get in my way...
The worker shrugs his shoulders.
Why not?
Поможемо за припаси, напевно. Хоча припасів мене вистачає поки що. Просто поможемо.
And we don't want anything in return.
Ooh, that's generous.
The foreman looks at you distrustfully. He's the sort of person who doesn't like being indebted to others. Fergus immediately gets to work examining the hoist. After a few moments, he sends Mika off with a list of tools and spare parts, and explains to you how to build the cage, while he takes care of the hoist's rustic mechanism. After half a day, the cage is operational again, but Fergus is still busy with the hoist. You just hear him muttering.
So far, there is no automatic brake in case the ropes snap, but it shouldn't be too hard to fit one.
Fergus decides to fit the automatic brake, but it takes more time than expected. Building the hoist from scratch would have been simple, but the upgrade turns out to be complicated. In the end, it takes 2 days until the lift is operational again. After the work is done, you report to the foreman. A huge grin spreads across the foreman's face. You have just saved him a lot of time and effort.
We can't let you leave empty-handed. Here, at least take some provisions for your journey. And if you ever need some extra brute force against the orcs, I'm sure we can find 10 men who'd be happy to learn from you.
Щось мені скрізь людей дають. Таке відчуття, ніби оцей штурм орочого лагеря. Ну, ти підходиш і тобі пропонують почати штурм. Але при цим говориш, що ти сам не справишся і пропонують знайти союзників. Якось так повинно бути. Купляємо їжу.
You travel down into the mine in the repaired lift. Mika shows you the place where he saw the orcs, and you follow the winding gallery. After 1,000 paces, you stopped counting, and only after several hours do you reach an exit. There's a stench of tallow in the air. The tunnel leads directly into a huge orc camp, which blocks the pass into Snowdale Valley. If you attacked from here, you'd have the element of surprise on your side.
I could go and take a look and perhaps improve our chances for an attack.
You remember how the actor had transformed himself into Lot Yonin and Nudin in Mifidania. You certainly wouldn't bet against him being able to walk through the orc camp unnoticed.
I'll come with you. If I stay in the shadows, they won't see me.
The actor nods gratefully.
I'll come too. I also know how to keep myself hidden.
Nomura wants to object, but you are quicker.
Thank you, Geralda. 2 more eyes and ears would be helpful on such a mission.
Listen,
No
try
piszłem.
to sabotage their defenses, and if you can safely take out a couple of guards, then do it. But don't take any big risks. Come back here if things get too hairy.
Nomura and Rodario rejoin you without any particular urgency. The infiltration was a complete success. No one detected the two of them.
Бісить, що не можна вернутися в це саме місце. Ну, мені треба дійти і потім тільки вернутися. Щоб скрипт заработав. Давайте атакуємо лагерь. Поб'ємося.
The guards are much more alert now since the infiltration of the orc camp. You have delivered a serious blow to your enemy, and an attack should now be significantly easier.
Цікаво, чи мені допоможуть.
You enter the orc camp with your
Шахтери
companions.
і
You have a
розбойники.
long way ahead of you.
Сподіваюсь, не допоможуть. А то занадто просто буде. Так, тебе вирубаємо. Тебе може взяти. Да, ні, тебе контроль занадто надо. Блін, не знаю, кого брати. Ніхто не подобається. Давай тебе. А, дойти просто. Блін. Треба перебити усіх треба. Блін, зверху полять, я їх навіть не бачу. Дурацька камера.
What?
Put up a fight!
Да, ти не вражаєш. Взагалі. Сюди зможеш? Не бачу. Попробуй. Не можеш. Зря ти взяв. Ніхто мені не допомагає, кстати. Ужасне місце для драки.
Yes?
And what now? What is it? Say goodbye forever.
Boenda! Give me a
Якщо йому навалюють. Лучники мінуснули. Я вже не певний, що ми пройдемо. Занадто гальме місце для драки. Ладно, давай ти побіжиш з нами.
Yes?
Huh? Yeah! And what now? Hmm? Let's go!
Місклікнув. Хук випав.
Yes? With pleasure.
A bit too much for you, was I? What is it?
Huh? At once. Ow! Another one bites the dust. Next. Huh? What is it? Yeah?
What is it?
Yes?
А далі бігти. Лучники дуже жорстко стріляють. Не видно, куди бігти, кстати. Ну прямо тільки я можу. Давай ти застрибнеш сюди. Давай ти давай.
Attack! What is it?
Yes?
Huh? Yeah! Huzzah! Huh? Yeah? He won't laugh. Taste my hammer!
Багатенько противників. Давайте сюди кудись.
And what now? What is it?
Ще одну тілку доведеться пить. Ну лучники бісять.
I didn't hit you very hard. Hear yourself. Huh? On my way. Vile creature. visit? Yes? With pleasure.
Yes?
Хто помер? Коротше, зря я сюди пішов взагалі. Доведеться чуть зарані загрузитися. Якщо штурмувати лагерь серйозний виявився, треба брати все підкріплення, що мені давали. Це від шахтерів і від розбойників. Ну, мені впадло вертатися вже назад. Просто зробимо квестик в шахтерів і підемо закриємо квест на проход тайний. Так, це ми вже все бачили, все читали. Помагаємо з ремонтом.
Fergus, after half. Fergus, in the end, a huge.
Ремонтуємо. Купляємо те, що він продає. Ну і все, пішли отсюди. Чому ігра починає лагати? І вона на глобальній карті. Тут немає що відображати, вона лагає.
The old ruins of Wacken.
Henson, do you have a...
Have you found Elga?
To begin the festival, we need the...
Exactly.
You're quite sure you're wasting your...
В смислі, я ж уже все собрав.
See you later.
Let me know.
Череп, трави і колокол. А, треба самому розставити усе. Місклікнув.
A bracket on which you could hang something. Must be for the bell that... Fits like a glove.
Loud and powerful music follows the fog and the figures, crushing over your head in roaring waves. The force of the music clouds your senses, and it seems as if the statue of the blind guardian rises from his throne. You want to draw your companion's attention to it, but then you suddenly realize that you have a tankard of ale in your hand. You instinctively try it, and are happy to note that you haven't drunk such good ale since Ogre's death. The night becomes a colourful whirl of ale, music, dance and ecstasy. You can no longer remember why you're here or who you're celebrating with. For a few hours you forget what was and what is to come. You are completely in the here and now. You wake up the next morning. You're lying on your back and staring into a sky that is much too bright. You turn onto your side with difficulty and see your companions all around you, but no one else. The remains of a wild party, campfires, tents, and ale tankards are still there, but the magic has gone. You stand up, muttering curses, and tried to suppress the taste in your mouth and the pain in your head. To your great surprise, you see that the stony figure of the blind guardian has revealed a tunnel that leads into the rock of the mountain.
Ну, не зря старалась.
If we go on now, we probably can't come back. The mechanism looks like it will close the pass behind us. We should be sure that we have done all we need to.
Да, все зробила. Менше одного дня. А не смущає, що у нас розходи припасів 9 в день? І нам іти раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7 днів. Тиждень.
While you rest under a ledge at noon, Rodario and Fergus decide to go ice fishing, and the dwarves immediately pronounce their opposition.
Ice and water are both treacherous. They entice you to them. Before you know it, you disappear into them forever.
Like in a marriage, you mean? At first the woman entices you, but if you stay in her arms like a good boy, the good life is over all too quickly.
The good life, in which you go behind the backs of other men, get beaten up and one day die painfully of a sexually transmitted disease?
All slander, my dear.
Rodario bares his teeth for a moment and then follows Fergus to the shore.
He reminds me of a billy goat we used to have. Mounted everything that got in its way. One day he mounted a goat that was standing too close to a cliff. The two of them fell down the cliff in the best of spirits.
Дуже весело. Кстати, у нас на диво мало припасів. Я ж ніби накупив, дофіга був. Ого.
Your path leads you over a snowy, hilly plain, and as you scale a particularly steep hill, you falter. A crevasse opens out in front of you. You look around, but there isn't any point nearby where you could cross over the gap. You follow the course of the crevasse. After an hour, the end of the crevasse is still not in sight. However, you do find a cave that slopes down softly parallel to the crevasse. You are afraid that you might get lost in the ice cave and freeze to death in misery. But ultimately, your curiosity is rewarded. You find after an hour's search a winding passage that leads you to a large chamber. You walk ahead with your torch outstretched and see a shadow in the ice. You step backwards in shock as you realize that it's the body of a frozen human. Something glittering in the floor grabs Goimgar's attention. An ornamented gold shield. Part of it is frozen into the ice, but it should be easy to free.
Pure gold! This thing must be worth quite a bit, though it would be completely useless in a fight.
Wouldn't that be like tomb raiding?
Your companion doesn't answer.
Ну, як може гном пройти мимо згота? Правильно, ніяк.
You allow Goimgar to free the shield from its icy prison. After you've had a look around the rest of the chamber and taken a short break, you look for a way back up to the surface. You are able to continue on your way without any further delay.
$500 золота, непогано.
You finally arrive at the entrance to a valley that curves its way towards Ironhald, the firstling stronghold.
Так, сподіваюсь, тут буде без всяких дебільних багів, як в першій фортеці.
Vracus, we've done it!
Серйозно? Не говори, що вбила. А ти откуда?
Run! I can't maintain the spell for long!
Put him on Goengar's shield. To the gate. Quick!
Графіка хорошо устроилась. І другий гном. Я думав, вони нас киданули.
You see guards on the battlements. You call as you run.
By Vracus, we are dwarves of the kingdoms of the secondlings and the fourthlings. Open the gate!
Their leader gives orders that you cannot hear, but moments later, the gate opens up for you.
Report back! Man the walls and the defences!
The guards follow the orders immediately.
Who are you that lead the Alpha to our door?
How dare you speak
Перша
to us
гномка,
like
яку ми
that?
бачимо.
Dwarf who seems to have no name.
Boindale steps forward before you can stop him.
I am Boindale Doubleblade, a child of the smith of Burrowing folk. And that is my brother Boindale, who needs a healer immediately.
The commander pulls down his scarf, and his face leaves you speechless.
Only a dwarf could make such a fuss. Ballinder Steelfinger. I protect the main gate of the firstlings. Therefore it is my duty to regard all guests precisely before I invite them in.
But you are a woman.
You have a keen eye, Boindale Doubleblade.
The tender features and soft fluff leave no room for doubt. A female dwarf is the commander of the guard. She gives orders for the injured Boindale to be taken care of. 4 dwarves pick him up on his shield, and Boindale follows them.
Stay with your brother. I will bring the rest of you to Queen Zamtis, where you can explain what you're doing
Королеві.
here.
Дуже дивно для гномів. Зупиняєш ліфт і хто попаде в тронний зал.
Come closer, and be welcome to the kingdom of the firstlings.
I am Tungdil Goldhand of the Fourthling Kingdom.
You introduce your companions
Всі
one by
замітили, що
one,
гномка з
not
бородою, не
forgetting to
бочкою.
mention the twins and the mager too. You then explain the reason for your visit. You report on the advance of the Perish land, the death of the Magi, and the dispute about the next High King. The dark brown eyes of the Queen fix on you for a moment before she speaks.
What you report sounds very serious, Tungdil. You can be sure of the support of the firstlings. How may we assist you?
There is only one way to defeat
Спітлю вже достала.
Keenfire. To forge it, we need the best smith your kingdom has to offer. Help us, and thus help your kingdom, my queen.
The Queen considers, then nods.
So be it. Could there ever be a better time to revive the old commonality of the kingdoms? Ballandis here is not only my best warrior, she is also my best smith. She will accompany you.
Your eyes fall upon Ballandis, and you notice the
Хотця без
blood
бороди.
rushing to your cheeks.
I will do my best. You can trust in my axe and my hammer.
We must continue on our journey to the Fifthlings in the Grey Range.
Then I will show you the entrance to the tunnels. You will be in the Perish land within a few orbits.
You know the tunnels, but still the Firstlings live in seclusion.
Our isolation was self-imposed. My mother knew that the other kingdoms would not simply accept her as the queen. She wanted to give them time to get used to it.
Your Highness, in the name of the Council of the Kingdoms, I request that you send a delegation to the Blue Range to take part in the discussions. We all have a common enemy.
There has never been any enmity between my kingdom and the others. It was more neglected friendship and habit that has made us strangers to one another. As soon as you set off for the Grey Range, we will head east to see our brothers and sisters again. I will have rooms prepared for you and your companions so that you can rest. It has been some time since we have had guests, but we still know what hospitality means. Come to me when you are ready to depart.
Можна з тобою поговорити? Так, ще раз, що там за квест? Вернуся до неї. Не пишуть.
Hello.
What is it, Tundo?
Нагадую, що наш головний герой вперше бачить гномку. Та й в принципі він дійственник.
It would seem that a lot of important positions are occupied by female dwarves in the Firstling Kingdom.
Is it not common where you come from that men and women share the duties?
Of course. Among the humans and the secondlings, the women help out in the house so that the men have time for their duties. That's how it is written in the books, too.
Here, posts are assigned according to the skills of the applicant, not gender. It's only natural that the most important posts are occupied by women.
She winks at you and gives you a knowing
Королівство
glance,
феміністок.
although the whole thing still befuddles you.
What is it like living with the Firstlings? I haven't seen much yet, but many things seem to be different to life with the Secondlings in Ogre's Death.
I can't make any real comparisons either. I grew up here and have never left our kingdom. I can hardly wait to see the halls of the Fiflings. They were the best smiths before we took on the mantle.
Don't expect too much. Their halls have been in the hands of the enemy for over 1,000 cycles.
I read that the orcs avoid the stronghold, as if there were a curse on it.
Even reading doesn't seem to be frowned upon among the Firstlings. You feel at home here. But that isn't only down to
Та-да, ми догадались.
See you later.
You guess that this water powers all the machines in the underground city. A masterpiece of engineering.
Така зелена.
Ah, Tungdil. I was wondering when you would pay me a visit.
I thank you, and Jeroen, you appeared at the right moment. May I, ask why?
It was down to you. Your speech about the responsibility I owe to my realm. Lot Yonam was a good teacher.
Her face darkens when she thinks of her old companion.
There are 100 reasons that Nodon deserves to die. That is why I went back to the Secondlings and took another look through the books. I discovered a passage that said Keenfire can only take its effect against evil when it is wielded by a foe of the Undergrounders.
A foe of the Undergrounders? It's going to be difficult to persuade an orc to help us.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I think I might have an answer to the problem.
У нас два альва, як я розумію, раз і два.
What the?
Half human, half elf. My mother bequeathed me her gifts and her weapons. I got very little from my father, but his eyes are an advantage.
We should keep your parentage secret, especially from Geralda.
I'm in no doubt that the Alpha did terrible things to her. And I'm not keen on letting her kill me.
If what Namora told me earlier is true, this Geralda could be just as great a danger as Nodon. She could take control of generals or kings, maybe even me.
You are aware of the danger, but you don't have the energy to think about it right now. You push the problem aside.
Then that's agreed. We will keep Nemora's secret to ourselves. And you're sure that only a foe of the Undergrounders can use Keenfire?
Anyone can use it like a normal axe, but only a foe of the Undergrounders can command its magical powers. I don't know much about her, but a half-elf should pass as a foe of all dwarves.
All right then. You will wield Keenfire in the battle against Nodon. But we're going to have to make it first.
You said it. The actress takes her leave with a little nod.
Ми, кстати, не знаємо, хто такі підземні жителі. Ніде не писалось, ніде не говорило, що це іменно гноми.
How are things with Jarun? Could you help him?
He's doing well. He should be back to full strength after some rest.
You still don't know what kind of being is hidden under the armor. But the Mager's powers seem to have done a good job.
The firstlings have offered to improve his armor. And when one of the best smiths in Girdlegard offers something like that, you should definitely take them up on it.
How are you and your powers? You look a little exhausted.
I won't lie to you. It has already been too long since I was in a place where I can draw new strength. My power is trickling away like water from a leaky pipe.
Is that perhaps a way to weaken Nodon?
No, I wouldn't count on that. Even if we could keep him away from the magical realms, the being that lives within him has given him unknown powers.
How was Synthras able to overcome your shield? Can Alfar use magic?
No, certainly not. I don't know much about their people, but I think they have innate powers. Conjuring darkness, extinguishing fire, changing dreams. Little things that fill humans with fear and ensure the potency of terrifying legends about their people. Syntherast used a trick, not a spell. We killed 2 Alfar near Sovereignstone. They had crystals on them which they had received from Nod-On to protect them from the spells of the Magi. He must have used a stone like that.
Take some rest. And I hope you'll still be here at dawn.
The Mager gives you a reproachful look.
Don't worry. We'll stand by you until this expedition has reached its destination.
It feels good having the Mager and her companion at your side again.
Пошукаємо ще когось. Ти більш опит за це дають. Лазарет бачу. Спутники ще сидять. Тут щось мигнуло щойно.
Nemora, may I speak with you? I was wondering how you ended up being an actress with Rodario and Fergus.
I have seen many places and done many things that I would like to forget. For a long time I didn't know what to do with my life. But then I met Fergus. There are no secrets between us. I have never had to pretend with him. He introduced me to Rodario, and I feared the worst, but he was delighted. He immediately wrote me into a new play.
That sounds like Rodario.
Цікаві кущі ростуть в гномів. Грибочки такі. Цікаво, Маріо тут не бігає.
Your parents, relationships between humans and Alfar is uncommon.
My mother brought me up on her own. I don't know what happened to my father.
You look at her compassionately. Nemora notices your expression and shrugs her shoulders.
I never knew him, so I don't miss him.
You don't believe her. You never got to know your parents either. But you still miss them even though Lot Yonan raised you.
This might be a strange question, but do you sometimes wish...
That I wasn't half-elf? Of course I've thought about it. But what's the point? This is how I was born, how I am, and it's something I can't change. And well, perhaps it might now serve some benefit for the first time. My heritage could be the key to saving Girdlegard.
See you later.
It is simply legendary. No, it is mythical. We definitely need a large theatre so we can convey the impression of this grandeur to the spectators.
It's going to be difficult, but we'll manage it. But it will be more expensive.
It would appear you like it here.
Ha! Like it? It is fabulous. I almost feel like giving up. Not even the best of illusions could possibly imitate this. But say, what brings you to us, Tungil?
Why didn't you say that Nomura is half-elf?
If our spectators knew, they would run away screaming. So I'm sure you'll understand that we couldn't tell a group of armed dwarves either.
You have to admit that you don't know how you would have reacted if Nomura had revealed herself in Mifodania. Fear and hatred of the Alpha is deeply rooted.
You already know her, Tungdil. She has skills, but her lineage does not determine how she thinks and acts. She is the love of my life.
Це, кстати, наша
I
гномка.
would go crazy if I were to lose her.
Мова. Та що мозги може брати під контроль.
Every step from here
Так
on
і не
is more
знайшов її.
dangerous than the last. Are you sure you want to continue on our journey with us?
Of course. Every story needs an end. What kind of play would it be without a third act?
There is no way I'm going to let Nomura ride into battle on her own. I will be there to assist her.
And how is your new play coming along?
Good, very good. The band of adventurers who set off to defeat Nodon, aided by the Queen of the Dwarves from the Kingdom of the Firstlings. It's going to be a real challenge to present this story in all its greatness.
Do you already have a title?
I haven't decided for sure yet, but at the moment I'm thinking along the lines of the heroic dwarves and their loyal companions who opposed Nodon despite all the challenges to destroy him and save
Занадто довго.
Gurgard.
I must go. Rest now.
Rest? Haven't you seen? There are machines that keep the whole city alive. I must take a look.
Провідаємо раненого.
Tungdil.
How is he?
He's lost a hell of a lot of blood.
The crazy glint in Boindale's eyes has given way to serious concern.
I'm doing fine. You must rest.
В броні, кстати, лежить.
Stay on your back so the wounds can heal. Fortunately, he hasn't lost his pig-headedness. As long as he has that, he'll come through.
Boindale forces a grin, but you can imagine what he's really thinking and feeling.
I thought Antikai was going to look after him. Didn't her magic help?
We don't want her help. Magic is no use. And we certainly don't want anything to do with Somerset.
You know there is no point arguing with the twins about magic. There is too much of a fine line between conviction and stubbornness. Boindale would rather die than be healed by
Ти
the
дурак.
Maker.
We'll have to go on without him. He won't manage more than 100 paces without dropping down dead the state he's in.
No! I'll manage, Scholar. Just give me 2 orbits, then I'll be fine. It's just a scratch.
Boindale tries to stand up, but he doesn't have the strength. You shake your head.
Stay here and recover, Boindale. We'll meet you again in time for the big battle against Nodon. You have done your bit.
But where one of us is, the other is too. It is the greatest deed that has ever been carried out by our people. Oh. It would seem you are right, Scholar.
We'll be separated for the first time in our lives. I will miss you by my side in battle. The first 100 runts will be
Каратишек, сказав гном.
Protect him and the others on your own now, brother. Don't take on too much. and rein in your frenzy. You must control your anger better than you usually do. Promise me.
I promise.
Tears run down the bearded cheeks of the two twins. They have never had to part like this before.
Такі емоції не ожидаєш від гномів. Що, все? До королеви вертаємося. Блін, де мала гномка? Хочу її знайти. Ну, не бачу.
I've gathered all of the metal we need for Keenfire. I'm ready to depart.
You nod and then look her solemnly in the eyes.
Once we set off, stay in the background, keep out of fights,
О, зря він це сказав.
all danger.
The female dwarf's expression darkens.
Shall we engage in a trial fight, Mr. Dwarf?
No, Bifracus. No, I know that female dwarves can fight. It's because of the axe. You're the only one who can forge it. If something happens to you, we won't be able to stop Nodon.
The face of the smith relaxes, and then a smile appears on her lips.
I can look after myself.
Така тупа моделька, вона є щит і дворучний топор. Як на бабиці.
Greetings, Queen Zamtis.
The queen bows her head slightly, prompting you to speak.
Please excuse me for asking, Your Highness, but how is it that a queen is sitting on the firstling throne?
The queen smiles. She has clearly been expecting the question.
It began with an argument. My father valued my mother's advice, but disputed her ability to lead the kingdom. This frustrated her, and she demanded the chance to prove the contrary. In the end, they agreed that my mother would govern the firstlings for 14 orbits. During this time, there was an attack by trolls, and my mother put them to flight with cunning and bravery. When my father demanded the throne again, she defied him, and the clans followed her. The other kingdoms were appalled and refused to receive my mother, but our kingdom saw that she was a good queen. And when she died 230 cycles ago, the people demanded that I should follow her onto the throne.
Is everything ready for our journey to the Kingdom of the Fiflings?
We have provided wagons for you and your companions. Are your preparations complete?
Yes, we are ready.
The queen nods slowly.
Rally your companions. I will march east with my host, but don't be misled. The fate of the perished land is in your hands, not mine. May you succeed and return unhurt. Vrakas be with you.
The plains of Tibain are the most fertile in Girdlegard, and rightly give the kingdom its nickname of the breadbasket. The east of the land has been in revolt since the perished land advanced, and the peace seems to have broken in the heartland too, as a group of strangers crawl out of a hole in the ground.
Why don't we just look for a tunnel that hasn't collapsed?
And what if we don't find one? If we're overground, we at least know that there's a way, even if it's dangerous. Let's go.
На глобальній карті стабільно 18-20 FPS. У бою 50-60. Просто жесть.
Rudacre is, contrary to what the name suggests, a large city. If Rodario is to be believed, more than 70,000 people live here, a number that you find it hard to even imagine. But while you walk through the streets, you don't doubt that it's the truth. Never before have you seen such huge masses of people.
If we are looking for somewhere to quench our thirst or for a roof over our heads, then I would recommend the Golden Well Tavern. And we can find everything we need for the rest of our journey at the Big Market. Just say where you want to go, Tungdill, and I'll show you the way.
The Big Market at the city's south gate certainly lives up to its name. You have never seen a market on such a scale. Stands, large and small, as far as the eye can see. Everything you could possibly need can be found here, as well as plenty of things that seem to have no use at all. While you push your way through the crowd to get to the trader Rodario wants to introduce to you, you overhear two peasants talking about elves.
No, I tell ya, it was elves. Pale skin, pointy ears.
Yeah, something strange is going on these days. Old Trundlewood from down Acrehill way said he saw some pointy ears too. Come to think of it, where's he been all week?
Here we are.
Rodario's sudden announcement draws your attention away from the locals, to the tent that you're now standing in front of.
Welcome to Brand's Potpourri. Whatever your heart may desire, I can supply.
Купляємо припаси. Що в тебе ще є? Тисяча? Да ні. Якось обійдусь, напевно. Що взять? Ладно, візьмем.
You follow Rodario through the lively streets until he reaches a run-down two-story building. You hope that this dump isn't the tavern that Rodario recommends. You prepare yourself for the worst, but the inside of the tavern surprises you all. The walls are clad with dark, finely ornamented wood. The floor is clean, the tables are weighed down with good food, and a hot fire is burning in the fireplace. One should never judge a book by its cover. The guests look you over, full of curiosity, and many nod a greeting. The haggard woman behind the bar greets you loudly.
Rodario, you old rogue! What are you doing here? And you've got dwarves with you! I don't see one my whole life and then several come along in the same month.
We are on an important mission, Madame Flori, and could do with a place to stay the night.
Rodario introduces you and negotiates a good price for a few beds and a night's lodgings.
Sorry for asking, but you said you'd seen some other dwarves recently.
You're thinking of Gandagar's group and wonder whether they might have reached the kingdom of the Fifthlings already.
Yes, a nice bloke from the west. Paid for his room for a month in advance and then disappeared. Travelling lights.
The landlady's expression darkens.
That was 3 weeks ago. If he doesn't come back soon, I'll have to release the room.
You give Namora a sign and sneak onto the first floor. The half-elf appears moments later. To your surprise, she has Balandis with her, who must have caught something of what was said.
I want to know who the dwarf who is sneaking around here is. Perhaps he belongs to Gandagar's group.
After apologizing to various guests for intruding, you are left with just one untried door. Namora picks the lock, and you enter the room unseen. The room is bigger than all the rooms in the tavern you have seen so far, and all just for one guest. There are maps, various pieces of notepaper, and 3 notebooks on the table. The notes are partly written in Dwarvish, and partly in the language of humans. The 3 of you scan through them, until Balandis draws your attention to a map, on which the route from the kingdom of the Firstlings to the kingdom of the Fifthlings is marked.
What would make a firstling travel to the perished land, or even to the kingdom of the fiflings?
You believe you found an explanation.
Here, this letter. I have found a way, but I don't know if I will return safely with Star Slasher. That's why I leave to you, dear Barris, my notes, may you, and so on.
Star Slasher?
You have come across this name in the notes a few times already, but you just shrug your shoulders and throw the letter back onto the table in disappointment. You had hoped to have found out some news on the whereabouts of the other group.
A sword. Apparently it was given to Giselbert I and I by a caravan travelling from the other lands. It seems we're dealing with a treasure hunter.
Ого, далі.
You are woken with a jolt in the middle of the night by a blood-curdling scream. You look around in panic and see that the others have been woken too, but only Geralda has beads of sweat on her brow. She's breathing heavily. Concerned, you go over to her.
I can remember. The Alfar. They are doing experiments on the children of the Smith. We have to save them.
Alpha? Experiments? What are you talking about?
I can remember everything. Or at least some of it. I know that I was taken prisoner by the Alfar, along with other dwarves. They experimented on us and I somehow escaped.
Where was this exactly?
They are here, nearby. It was a village, I think.
An Alfar village in Tabain? Doesn't sound very likely.
By Rakis, if the
Схоже на
Alpha are
западню,
experimenting on
но
dwarves, we can't
проверим.
just ignore it. We have to free the prisoners. We can't save the world if we ignore the suffering right in front of our eyes. We will help Geralda.
Boandal and the others accept your decision. Geralda nods at you gratefully.
І де конкретно це? Ці два знака були уже. І що, все треба облазити? Ладно, походу розберемося.
When you reach Acrehill, there isn't a single villager in sight. An uneasy feeling creeps over you, which finally turns into certainty when you see red paintings on the
Сходу
walls
нашли.
of the houses.
Alpha.
The pictures, painted in blood, tell the horrifying story of how the Alfar came to the village and killed the inhabitants. You also find a few elaborately carved bones, some larger ones, like those of humans, some smaller and stronger, like those of dwarves. When you reach the other end of the village, disgust is written in the faces of your companions. None of you says a word. As expected, you don't find any survivors, but there are also no undead. The perished land has not yet advanced this far. You discover some footprints on the northern edge of the village.
It was orcs. Looks as though they waited here while the point ears wreaked havoc in the village. It seems like they moved on towards the north.
You gather all the bones you can
Будемо
find
орків
together
шукати.
and burn them. You wash over the
Думаю, тут
paintings
вони.
with water from the well. You weren't able to prevent this gruesome incident, but you don't want to leave a single trace of it behind.
Ну, це не та деревня, про яку нам розказували. Тому давайте, напевно, шукати.
You walk through the villages that once blossomed, but are now deserted due to the advance of the parish land. The colour has drained away from the wood of many of the houses, just as it has from the countryside itself. A carpet of withered plants rustles and crackles under your feet. You don't know if the parish land can ever be driven away again, and even if it can, it is questionable whether people will ever live here again. You sigh and try to drive.
Вступив я. Місклікнув.
Ooh, do you smell that? Come! Oink oink!
Without even waiting for you, Boindil runs over the hill and disappears behind it. You follow him, and as you reach the brow, you see a very strange scene before you.
Що ж таке дуже дивне я можу помітити.
I told you you shouldn't touch them. But I was hungry.
Так. Яке на спаті буде? Напевно, я тебе беру. А ти що вмієш? Ну, давай. Попробуємо, що ти вмієш. Давайте талісмани роздам. І все поки що. Просто перебить. Ну це ми вміємо.
Yes?
Yes?
Huh?
What do you need? Right away.
Who's next?
Так, собі.
Yes?
Гном підліз під удар. І... Гном упав, нічого не закінчилось, б'ємося далі. Ну ок. Але без одного гнома в самому началі буде важкувати, напевно.
Yes? Pavrakas!
What is it? I was expecting more of a battle.
Vile creature! Attack! Kill!
Кому ти б'єш?
What do you need? For the firstlings!
Yes?
Vile creature!
Fought well and yet lost. I was expecting more of a battle. Good plan.
Слабо ти просіла, як я скажу. Давайте трохи в сторону. А обично лучником займається оцей, той, що гуфнувся в самому началу.
Pavrakas!
Доведеться тобі позайматися.
What is it? Pavrakas!
Yes? End it!
Наступну партію загрів. Давай ти сюди станеш, а?
What do you need?
Huh?
Okay, this is starting to get too much.
At once. Attack!
Yes?
Зараз має ця гуфниця.
And again.
What do you need?
Блін, ну. Свого задів. Це хороша позиція, просто зносиш усіх. Зараз ми будемо заново. Всі просіли. Так. Тебе візьмемо. Ти там хорошо зайдеш на мосту. Ну, ти хай будеш. Ти якось мені не зайшло. Зразу займаємо хорошу позицію отут. Ти теж сюди. Ти сюди. А ти лучників виносиш.
What's up? Huh?
Yes?
Хорошо летять.
And what now?
And again, he won't last long. What's up? Huh?
What is it?
О, не задівай тільки.
Who's next? Vile creature. A bit too much for you, was I?
And what now?
And again. Huh? Don't take it personally.
Трохи вперед, ти можеш пройти?
What is it?
Зомбарі полізли.
Come here, you.
Yes?
Да уж, рельєф рішає.
Huh? Huh?
Who's next? A bit too much for you, was I? He hardly put up a fight.
Скільки ж їх біжить.
Yes?
Так, ти можеш оцього мінусно, що в спину навалює?
Uh-huh.
Хорошо. Ти одійди. Ти навпаки сюди стань. Ти продовжуй. На мост треба заманити максимальну кількість. І лучника ще не навалювали. Їх небагато, але навалюють жорстко. Ну, лучники зараз мене перестріляють.
Don't take it personally. And what now?
Добре, це з моста відступить. Шикарна позиція, но лучники.
And what now? And again. I am Boenda. Give me a hand.
Yes?
What is it?
Зараз знову був УФЦ. Давай сюди.
Don't take it personally. He hardly put up a fight. Huh?
Збивати лучника замочити може. ХП мало для цього. От доки вони сюди загрилось, можна збивати сюди замочити.
What is it? Ow! And again. Hey! Huh? Looking for enemies? Yes, yes, they're all here. Huzzah! Huh? 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 Yeah! I have Boenda! Kill! Give me a hand!
І другого лучника. Мінус лучники. Хорошо. Мінус 2. Там ще один. Зараз відхиляємося і побіжимо туди ще. Ти одійди в сторонку. Одійди, кому сказав.
Yes?
Каю ти так стоїш. Не хочеш в сторону дійти? Ну всі ці двоє хиляються. Хоча б чуть-чуть.
What is it? Huh? Now what? Yeah! On my way.
Зараз трохи хильнемося і відправимо добивати лучників от цього.
Yes?
What is it? And what now?
О, побіг.
Disgusting. Yes, yes. Of course. Huzzah!
Два лучника, наскільки я розумію. Ти зможеш їх скинути? Не можеш.
Come here, you.
А, зря я сюди відправив його. Зараз він гуфнеться.
What is it?
Очки действия срочно надо.
And what now? What's up?
Противників немає.
We're not. Ow! Hey!
Ти так добіж.
What is it?
Ти можеш просто втекти. Лучника не добило, правда? Ну, все одно тікає. Можеш, красава. Біжи далі, хиляйся.
Yes, understood.
Let's go. Of course.
А ти скидуй. Опа.
Let's go. He won't last long.
Опа. Красиво летять. Мені ще одного орка мінуснуть і все буде.
Of course.
Давай, добий.
Taste my hammer.
Подивимося, як ти махаєшся. Отак собі. 70 дамага за удар. До 70 дамага в секунду і... Ну, в секунду.
Too much for you.
The chaotic battle between the orcs, the undead, and you comes to the best possible conclusion. No one else is standing but you. You decide to have a little look around.
Що тут роздивляться?
You discover a file that looks like the one Geralda carries with her. Before you can get a proper look at it, Geralda is suddenly standing next to you, and she wrenches it out of your hand. She turns it back and forth excitedly, but then disappointment spreads across her face. The container is empty. Without a word, she goes back to examining the surroundings. You tremble at the thought that you could end up the same way. You hope that one of your companions would have sympathy with you if you were to die in the perished land.
Щось цікаве буде?
The closer you get to the murky pool, the worse it stinks of decay and death. At first you thought it was only dirty water, but for as much as you can make out through the gloom, it seems almost black and has wondrous streaks.
Більше нічого не бачу. Карта ще якась.
It's a map of the surroundings. Not far from your current position is a place clearly marked with a red cross. Is it another orc camp, or even the Alfar camp? You mark the place on your own map.
Хорошо. Зараз ще одна драка буде, сподіваюсь.
With the probable location of another camp up your sleeve, you continue on your way.
О, це цікаво. Откат 25 секунд. Ну, хілка надо. Хілка це крута штука. Можливо, навіть тепер буду брати тебе в бої. 2 минути откат. Ну, візьмем. Тепер нам сюди. Побігли. Ну, а вже заскочимо всі ці по
Some way
містам.
from the path, you come across an old campsite between some rocks. A trampled out campfire and scattered belongings, papers, bottles and a necklace, suggests that the traveller either had to flee in a hurry or was abducted.
That is a firstling necklace. I recognize the emblem. It belongs to the clan of the Roughblades.
We only know of one firstling out so far west these days, the dwarf whose notes we found in the tavern.
Star Slasher. If King Giselbert really did wield this sword, it would be an unbelievably valuable artifact. Just imagine if the sword really existed.
It's not worth losing your life for, or, in the worst case, losing your life and then rising again.
You look around again more closely, but there's not much here that could help you. The ground is too hard for footprints, and the objects that have been left behind could have come from any old dwarf trader.
Do you know anything about the Roughblades, Baladis?
Every firstling knows of the clan. They have a long tradition as weaponsmiths, though their work is often exotic and sometimes thought of as undwarfish. They experiment a lot with blade shapes and hilt lengths. Their weapons are easy to recognize.
Sounds as though someone from a clan like that would definitely be very interested in a legendary sword.
Мінімум інформації
Geralda
корисної.
struggles to keep pace all day, and when you see her struggling, you give the order to set up camp for the night earlier than usual.
Are you all right?
The female dwarf looks ill, and as she's aware of the fact, she doesn't even try to make excuses.
The potion. It's finished. I need more of it.
She looks at you imploringly, as if you could help her. Over the next few days, Geralda's condition grows increasingly worse. She begins to shiver, and more than once you catch her muttering to herself and glancing at Andakai surreptitiously. The Mager claims she does not know what kind of potion it is and why Geralda might need it. You believe her, but you also notice that Andakai doesn't really seem interested in finding a solution to the problem either.
Я ж з ними не можу так просто говорити, да? Ну да. Ну, тут, напевно, зараз щось знайдемо для неї.
You reach the place that was marked on the Orc's map, and judging by the sight you are presented with, there is no doubt. This is where the Alfar did their experiments.
Dwarves! Oh, how glad I am to finally see members of my own race again. How glad I am to see anyone at all who doesn't want to kill me.
We're here to save you. We've heard that Alpha are experimenting on dwarves. Where are the others?
I am the last one.
There's me too.
You? Ah! So you escaped? Oh! I should have known it.
You and Geralda, you know each other?
She was already here when I arrived. The Alpha did experiments on her. They fed her with a tincture from this device, and then it was as if she was a doll. She had to follow their orders. They trained her in battle, and she could do Alpha magic. I swear it.
But the last time, something was different. She fought against the orders of the Alpha, beheaded one of them in the end. She set me and the other prisoners free and ran away in the chaos. The Alpha recaptured all of us, apart from her.
Where are the Alpha?
Старий наш знайомий. Так. Я знаю, що тут за поле. Який скіл викинуть? Пінок чи спух? Ну, пінок не дуже ефективний. О, може тебе взяти? Ну, цепна молнія галіменько заходить. Дуже часто союзників дамажа. От цепний хіл. Те, що треба. Попробуємо. Знову лошадка.
What is it?
Ми його не можемо. Стягуй.
Yes? At once. End it.
Воу, аж так продамажився.
What is it?
Союзник по тій рибонув, да? Як обично.
And what now?
А як хіл працює?
Not a bad idea.
Ти себе хіляєш?
If I have to.
Непонятно.
All right then.
А, що ж ти вуфаєшся?
What is it?
Як хіл працює? Показуй. Себе хіляєш, ясно.
Now you've got me
Крутий
interested.
хіл.
If I have to.
Yes? Understood.
And what now? Put up a fight.
Стигнеш звідси?
Attack! And what now?
А, куди тебе заникать?
What is it? Of course. I'm with you.
Угу.
Of course.
Давай сюди.
Yes?
Now you've got me interested.
Yeah.
Коняшка все.
Huh?
Yeah.
No chance.
And again.
Ну, норм дамажиш. Так і жорстко вийшло.
And what now?
Ще одна коняшка.
What a waste of time.
Yes?
Attack! Yeah.
Де противники?
I'm with you.
That's a bad idea. If I have to.
Ми прийшли до противника ваги, нам треба самим їх шукати. Це нормально? А давайте одного відправимо кудись, хочу квестів попробувати. Та гримоус як на себе. Хильні себе. І пробуємо скіл. Непогано. Правда, розкидав переважно, а не вбив.
Yes? He hardly put up a fight! For Vracus! Yeah! End it! Who's next?
Путний він. Не дамажить навіть.
What is it?
All right then. Feel my power.
Yeah! Attack! Vile creature! Yes?
Масового дамага в нього немає лише.
And what now? What is it?
Де ще зомбарі осталось?
That's a bad idea.
And what now?
Це безполезний скіл.
He hardly put up a
Не знаю, як я його взяв. Я не думав, що він був такий безполезний.
And I didn't even take off my gloves.
What is it?
If I have to. That's a bad idea.
Побігли кошмара мінуснем. Може там біля нього ще хтось стоїть. Більше противників не бачу.
What is it?
Да ти красавчик!
And what now?
Що ж ти лізеш? Добре, що вижив.
Of course. I'm with you. What is it? Of course.
Кастанув так кастанув.
Now you've got me.
Хиляй тепер. Ви одійдіть подальше.
Understood.
Щоб вас не хильнуло случайно.
Attack! Yes?
Мені, в принципі, осталось одного зомбаря мінуснути цього.
And what now?
Все.
I was hoping never to see a single shadow mare again after Greenglade.
Good job there was two of them then.
Let's have a look around. Maybe there are more survivors, or we might find out something about the potion that Geralda needs.
Дурацькі умови завдання. Ні, щоб завдання зачистити територію. Так ні, завдання убити 30 противників. Це може бути як зомбарі, так і кошмари. Ну, тобто, різниця громадна. Давай поговоримо.
The danger is over. Once and for all.
Now the horror finally comes to an end.
Все? Я хотів більше розпитати. Що ти втикаєш?
The elf has been beheaded. He is dead. And even the land won't be able to make him rise again.
But I remember he told me to drink. That's what powers.
On closer inspection, you see a hand.
A recipe? If I had to guess, probably for...
Що мені з ним робить?
The containers are filled, but seems thinner and smells sweeter than it should. Presumably the Alfar have done something with it, either for potion or to use it as paint. No idea what to do with the various devices and ingredients, but it should be easy for Andakai, as an experienced mager and alchemist, to brew Geralda's potion.
А ось чи захоче вона?
You don't wish to spend the night amongst the dead, so you set up camp
Ви
a little way
нормальні?
off. You decipher the recipe for
розбираємося все-таки.
Geralda's potion together with Andakai and Namora.
All in all, the equipment and the process is not hard to understand, despite being a little strange. And the ingredients take some getting used to, even for me. This black water and elf blood, for example.
Is this what gives Geralda her powers?
Andakai nods.
It gives her powers and makes her dangerous. What will she do if the potion runs out and she is driven to madness by thirst? She could force me to brew more and more of the potion for her and find a way to supply the elf blood that is needed for it.
Andakai's gaze pierces you.
I can mix a poison that looks just like her potion. She trusts you, Tungdil. If you give it to her, she will drink it, and we will remove an uncontrollable danger from Girdlegard.
Ну, я згідний з тим, що вона дуже небезпечна. І розум контролювати може і сама по собі. Непредсказуєма, наркоманка. Дуже ненадійна, небезпечна. Ну, вона-то в чому винувата? Вона не хотіла приймати це зілля. Її заставили.
That would still be murder.
Може, якось
No matter
вилічимо
how great a
далі.
danger she may present, she didn't choose her powers and deserves to live.
Andakai shakes her head in disappointment, but to your surprise, gets to work without another word. After 2 hours, Andakai comes to you and holds out 2 files that look exactly like Geralda's.
I stick by my opinion, Tungdil. You must recognize how great the danger is. The file on the left is the potion. In the other is the poison.
Andakai gives you the 2 files.
Decide wisely.
Before you can say anything, she has already turned away and is marching at a swift pace towards Jeroen.
Tungdil, is the potion ready?
You only just managed to hide the files from Geralda.
Yes, here is the potion.
You give Geralda the real potion, and she takes several large swigs.
Thank you, Tungdil. What would I do without... Ugh.
Серйозно?
What is that? It's burning. You've poisoned me.
Я подумав про це, ну...
You stare at
В ігрі не
the
повинно
second
бути
fire in your
такого.
hand, and then at the face of the dwarf, contorted in pain. With a final pain-stricken scream, Geralda collapses in front of you. As the others rush over,
От же
you are
сволочь
still
ця
standing,
волшебниця.
frozen in shock.
She's dead. Take her away.
Without worrying about the objections of the others, Jeroen follows her order. Andakai grabs your shoulder and pulls you aside.
So you gave her the potion? I thought you would.
You
вона.
swapped them, how could you?
You feel
Самі
deceived,
знаєте куди.
and anger boils inside you.
Be aware of who you're talking to, Tungdil Goldhand. We may be traveling together, but I am still one of the 6. I have ruled over my realm for many years and made many difficult decisions. This was not one of them. She was a product of Alpha experiments and could have become as
Ти йдеш
great
зі
a
мною, а
danger
не
to
я з тобою.
Girdlegard as not on.
Якого фіга? Розкомандувалась.
We could have...
You think you can see a hint of sympathy in the Mager's face, but without another word she leaves you where you're standing. For the first time in a long while, you feel just like the stupid, naive Smith who left the cozy vaults in Yonandar so long ago.
От же сволоч. Блін, може загрузиться? Той гном так і не приєднався до нас. Ми з ним навіть не змогли поговорити про те, що він шукав. Так, давайте я сохраняюсь. Попробуємо по-іншому. Не хочу я втрачати спутників. Автосейв тільки далеко дуже. Чи так і залишаємо можна, я не знаю. Якби сейв був ближче. Да ладно, не будемо сейвоводом займатися. Маємо, що маємо. Обідно, да. Що поробиш? Я головне ще подумав про це, що може отравити. Що вона нічого не сказала, а пішла і зробила.
As night falls, you find yourselves on a hot mountain face covered in sharp crags. You would favor pretty much anywhere else to spend the night, but it is too dark to go any further. You are woken in the middle of the night by Boindle.
Scholar, can you smell it? There are piggies nearby.
You sniff deeply, but don't smell anything but the stench of sulfur. But you do see something moving in the shadows, and are immediately wide awake.
Він же сволоч. Якби міг, убив би її. Ну, як мінімум прогнав би. Просто перебить вас.
What is it?
Давайте сюди. Ти сюди.
What is it?
Ти сюди, а ти в резерві.
If I have to.
Huh? On my way.
Можеш викидувати їх? Не можеш викидувати.
Yes. What is it?
Ваншотить. Хороший дамаг.
All right then. If I have to.
What is it?
Галіма позиція для драки.
Now you've got me interested.
А, не можемо зривати над пропастю.
What a waste of time.
Ну, щось я думаю, там молотіло.
All right then.
Understood.
What is it?
Huh? On my way. Kill. End it. Vile creature. Attack. Who's next?
Huh? Huzzah!
Now you've got me interested. Not a bad idea.
Так, збігай, мінуснуй ти лучників, а?
What is it?
Лучники дуже сильно навалюють.
Attack! And what now?
Hmm? Just letting me die over here?
What is it? I'm with you. And again.
Може вийде їх скинуть? Ось так пригай. Одного.
Come here, you.
Now you've got me interested. If I have to.
End it. Yeah. Attack. Huh?
А гучники мінуснув, давай назад.
And again.
Hmm?
Ну, магія хорошо навалює все-таки. Недооцінив її був раніше.
If I have to.
Ruckus. And again. Attack! What is it? He hardly put up a fight. Huh? Understood.
Зверху ще десь стріляють.
And what now?
Not a bad idea.
I'm with you.
Ну, камера просто ужасна.
Idea.
I'm with you.
Чорта ж не видно.
Not a bad idea.
А юзнем типу ульт. То чого він простаює?
What is it? Of course. And what now?
Ще 11.
Not a bad idea.
Ага, кінець карти. Воно стоять аж. Було б веселіше, якби не відбивало волнами. Займаєш десь позицію і обороняєшся. Противники самі на те нападають волнами. Було б цікавіше і важче. А так, блін. Це ж вони несподівано атакували наші лаги. А в ітогі ми за ними бігаємо.
Huh? I'm with you. Yes, yes.
Бігає мінус лучників. Ага. Не хоче.
Now you've got me interested.
He hardly put up a fight. Yeah.
Hmm?
What is it? Of course. Yes, yes.
Ну, ніфіга не дамаже. Вони просто розбігаються.
Huzzah!
Тут троє противників, де остальні?
Yes.
All right then.
А ось це остальні.
This is going to hurt.
А, ти тут розберися. Я в тебе вірю. Да.
Come here, you.
Я цей скіл вибрав, там був інший кращий набагато. Ну, хто ж знав, що він кращий.
Now you've
Де
got me
магічка? Чого
interested.
втикаєш?
He hardly put
Серйозно, з
up a
одним
fight.
противником?
If I have to. Not a bad idea.
Who's next?
All right then.
Vile creature.
А, не надамажував взагалі.
What is it? Huzzah! Ha-ha!
After the battle, you finally have time to catch your breath. You check the others one by one to see how they are. Bavragor seems out of it and is staggering with every step he takes.
Bavragor, are you all right?
Agonizingly slowly, he turns to face you. Blood is flowing from his mouth and through his beard.
Не вийшов ще один помер.
Made a mistake.
All strength slips from his body and he falls forward. An arrow is protruding from his back.
Andikai, Bavragor has been hit!
You immediately rush towards him. Balandis, next to you, takes his hand.
Too late. The arrow was poisoned. I could feel it. I hadn't planned to return to the kingdom of the secondlings, but I did at least want to complete my task to die in
Вже нам
glory.
надо, щоб топор зробити.
You won't die, Bavragor. Andikai, can't you?
You turn to the Maga, but one look at her face robs you of all hope. She shakes her head imperceptibly.
We are in the perished land, aren't we? Let me die. Then I can at least complete my task. My defiance will be stronger than the urge to do evil.
Before you can object, Boindil lays a hand on your shoulder.
You know yourself how stubborn we are, Scholar. We should grant him his wish. If he turns on us, then I will take care of him myself.
You've heard about dead dwarves on expeditions in the perished land defying the bloodlust for many days. But you want to find a better way. Bavragor's breathing is becoming shallower, until it finally stops completely. While Balandis is still sobbing next to you, the stonemason rises suddenly. His face is pale and his eyes seem empty.
Even death can't stop me. I told you. My defiance is stronger.
None of you really know what to say, and finally Bavragor compels you to continue your journey. You can see the inner conflict in the stonemason's face, and you don't know how long he can resist
Серйозно?
it. You continue
Ще
on your
нежить?
way with an uneasy feeling.
Цікаво. Слово-то помінялось? Помінялось. Нормальна така здібність. Непогано. Ну ладно. Думаю, на такій ноті можна закінчити сьогоднішню трансляцію. Наступний якраз почнемо з цікавого моменту закінчення даного епізоду. Як я розумію, наступний вже буде останнім. Дякую всім, хто мене дивився. Дякую всім, хто мене ще подивиться на Ютубі. Завтра не знаю, що в принципі буду стрімити. Я не знаю, що буду стрімити. Тому слідкуйте за анонсами в групі ВКонтакті. Ще раз всім дякую. Всім пока.